My name is Ulf Svendrup, and it's a pleasure to welcome you this morning to NUPI's Military Power Seminar. It's an exciting day we have in front of us. Excellent speakers and excellent discussions. The light I see in the room here is dimmed scarily green, but hopefully that we can soften the spirit a bit with our conversations. Now, the topic for today's seminar is the Northern Europe in a changing security landscape. We are meeting here this morning on, I would say, a very dramatic backdrop. War is raging in Europe. 24th of February, Russia invaded Ukraine. And since then, Ukraine have resisted in a courageous fight with huge sacrifices to infrastructure, but also human suffering. NATO and the Transatlantic Alliance has come together, demonstrated unity, and is providing support, financial support, military assistance, etc., to the Ukrainians. The war has certainly not gone the way that President Putin foresaw when he initiated his special operation, and we will cover a bit of that during the conversation or this meeting. But now, I think now we are at a bit of a critical turning point. Russia has mobilized its forces and have started signaling the use of potential use of nuclear weapons. So this is the dramatic backdrop we are facing. And of course, add to this, Russia has also weaponized energy, and the world is suffering into a global recession that's also related to this war. Just 2 days after Putin's invasion of Ukraine, German President or Chancellor Olaf Scholz went to the German parliament and announced a Zeitenwende in German politics. At the same time, more or less, the Finnish president, Sauli Niinistö, had been reflecting on changing its association, Finland's association, with NATO. And together with Sweden, Finland and Sweden have applied for NATO membership. And during the summer, the Danes also had a referendum on their opt-outs in relationship with the EU on security and defense cooperation. So we have seen also a Nordic Zeitenwende. Norway, of course, as you know, has not changed its relationship with NATO and has not changed its relationship with Europe, but has intensified its relationship with the European Union during this crisis as well. So we will touch on this and how this war and also the responses with the NATO membership will transform the security landscape, not only in Europe, but also particularly in our region. To kick us off today, we have been fortunate enough to have Bent Joachim Bentzen, the State Secretary from the Ministry of Defense. So I'll give the floor to give his opening remarks. It's great to have you here. I know it's very busy days for you. So it's just fantastic that you can join us today. So Bent Joachim, please, the floor is yours.
Dear friends and colleagues, good morning everyone. I'm pleased to see so many of you here today. It's a great pleasure for me to address this distinguished audience and to welcome you all to the 2022 Military Power Seminar. And a special thanks to the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, NUPI, for hosting this event. By doing so, you are facilitating the important and ongoing public debate on security policy and military affairs. I wish to start off by addressing the ongoing war in Europe. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February, Norway has provided a significant amount of military support to Ukraine in its fight against Russia. We must continue to stand together with our allies to help Ukraine defend itself and to prevent the war from expanding. Ukraine is paying a high price in resisting the Russian aggression, both in terms of human toll and in terms of material. As long as Ukraine is willing to fight for their freedom, we must support them. As one of many countries, Norway has done just that. We have provided economic, humanitarian, and military support to Ukraine. There has been considerable development in our support to Ukraine over time. From supporting Ukraine with sleeping bags and sleeping pads in March, we are now providing heavy artillery and advanced air defense systems. Donating weapons to Ukraine entails difficult assessments between the desire to support Ukraine on the one hand and the need to retain our own readiness and security on the other hand. Therefore, the Norwegian government's proposal for a defense budget for 2023 prioritizes the nation's security and preparedness and shows solidarity in a troubled time. The government proposed budget intends to strengthen the Norwegian armed forces and simultaneously maintaining the important support to Ukraine. The war in Ukraine could last for years and may require long-term military support. Almost 8 months into the war, Russia maintains its brutal warfare against Ukraine. The Russian escalation in the last few weeks, including partial mobilization and the illegal annexation of Ukrainian territory, is unacceptable. The Russian escalation is also a sign that the war is not advancing the way Russia wants it to. The consequences of Russian aggression also extends far beyond the events in Ukraine. China's implicit support for Russia's invasion in Ukraine and the development in the relationship between China, Russia, and the West points to an increasing rivalry and confrontation between authoritarian states on the one side and Western democracies on the other. The war in Ukraine has also resulted in a new sense of urgency in large parts of Europe. We recognize the need for reviewing our defense plans and budgetary priorities both jointly and as individual states. NATO has in the last 6 months demonstrated unity and determination in a very grave situation. NATO's collective defense continues to be crucial for Norwegian security. I also wish to say a few words about the Finnish and Swedish NATO accession. Including Finland and Sweden in NATO leads to a stronger alliance, both politically, militarily, and in terms of values. As of today, 28 of 30 allies have ratified Finland and Sweden's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey and Hungary have yet to ratify their accession. Seeing the entire Nordic geography as a whole enables closer military cooperation between the Nordic countries. At the same time, it strengthens the linkage between the situation in the Baltic Sea and in the High North, Norway's most important strategic area. We increasingly need to see the events in the High North in connection with the whole of NATO's eastern border. Local episodes and events can escalate and expand to larger geographical areas and multiple domains. The largest concentration of non-Western nuclear weapons is located on the Kola Peninsula, close to the Norwegian border. These strategic capabilities will remain important to Russia, especially in light of the Russian conventional losses in Ukraine. What does this mean for Norway? In light of recent developments, Norway has strengthened its preparedness and presence in our area of responsibility, and we will continue to maintain situational awareness in our region. We also welcome increased military activity from allies to ensure deterrence and interoperability. It is important to coordinate such activity to achieve the wanted deterrent impact and to avoid unintended escalations. Norway must have a national defense force that can respond timely and relevant when needed, and that facilitates allied support. We need a strong national defense, support to and from allies, underpinned by sufficient civil preparedness. When we took over the governments last year, we found some challenges in the implementation of the current long-term plan. New equipment arrive later than planned, construction projects become more expensive, and there are challenges in recruiting and maintaining the right expertise. We are also struggling to reach the ambitions of cost saving to the restructuring and efficiency improvements. We need to bolster our ability to receive allied forces. It is therefore necessary to review both administrative mechanism, distribution of responsibility, and priorities in the time ahead. We need to think in new and proactive ways if we are to reach the aims we have set. The adopted long-term plan intends for a substantial growth in the armed forces, both in terms of staff and material. The national defense capability is being reinforced through a number of measures, including the implementation of new fighter planes and maritime patrol aircrafts, new artillery systems, new main battle tanks, missile defense systems, and new submarines. We are also increasing the activity in Finnmark through the strengthening of border control, build-up of the Porsanger Battalion, and Finnmark Land Command. These and many other measures will be strengthened in the years to come. Russia's attack on Ukraine has led to a more immediate need for reinforcing our own readiness and defensibility in the short term. Therefore, an additional 3 billion Norwegian kroner was allocated to the armed forces earlier this year. This has enabled more activity, exercises, and training, particularly up in the high north. Reinforced intelligence and cyber defense and strengthening stockpiling of equipment, fuel, and ammunition are important aspects. Let me emphasize the following. We are strengthening our ability to receive allied forces and supplies as outlined in our white paper this spring. The deteriorating security landscape has made clear the need for higher ambitions. We need larger capacity and personnel for receiving and supporting our allies when they train and exercise in Norway. The High North is Norway's most important strategic area. In 2023, the government will continue to strengthen situational awareness and national control by increasing the allocation to the National Intelligence Service beyond the long-term plan. Therefore, in the next year's budget, the government proposes an increase of 6.8 billion Norwegian kroner for the defense budget. This is an increase of around 9.8%. This is a budget where we strengthen the armed forces, prioritize security and preparedness, and at the same time continue to support Ukraine. For the Norwegian Navy, the budget proposal means that investments in new submarines, new maritime patrol aircrafts, new Coast Guard vessels, the continuation of the naval strike missile, and some increased personnel are made. And we will continue to sail together with allied forces in our waters. The recent events in connection with Nord Stream 1 and 2 have also demonstrated the importance of reinforcing the protection of Norwegian energy infrastructure. Last month, the Norwegian government decided to raise energy preparedness in relation to infrastructure onshore and offshore installations on the Norwegian continental shelf. There is also close contact between the government, the police, the Norwegian armed forces, and the operators on the Norwegian continental shelf. To conclude, we're facing the most dangerous security environment since the Cold War. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is jeopardizing European security, and the war in Ukraine has completely changed the security situation. It is our job in the Ministry of Defense to make sure that the decision we make capture key developments in this changing security environment. And we must have the courage to reassess if the decisions we have already made are still relevant when the environment changes. The Russian aggression has strengthened Western and Allied cohesion. This has been clearly demonstrated in our united effort and on sanctions, donations, and deterrence. Allied unity is essential for common security and will remain important in the years to come. During the NATO Defense Ministerial meeting in Brussels last week, this was one of the most important topics discussed. We are facing the most serious security situation in decades, but we are rising to the challenges with unity and resolve. It is against this backdrop that this year's military power seminar is being held. You have important matters to discuss today, and I wish you all a great seminar.
Thank you so much, State Secretary Joachim Benson. This was a perfect way of setting the scene for this conference. You said we are now in a situation, maybe the most dangerous situation since the end of the Cold War. You presented a range of the actions and steps that are being made, partly in supporting Ukraine, in aligning with NATO, and of course also speeding up and scaling up investments in Norway. You also touched upon the widening of the security beyond the narrow military aspect, but related into critical infrastructure, and of course ended with some reflection also on the importance of political and mental readiness and alertedness. So thank you so much. I think you brought up a lot of topics that we will return to throughout this conference. Now we go to segment 2 of the conference, the development in Russia and consequences for Northern European security. And we are delighted to have with us 2 excellent speakers that will each provide some initial remarks, and then we'll have a conversation going on sitting in the chair here. So the first speaker is Stian Jensen, and he will be followed by Jardar Østbø. Let me just say a few words about Stian Jensen. Maybe not all of you know who Stian is, but certainly Stian Jensen is a very important figure. He's the director of the private office of the NATO Secretary General. So he's probably one of the closest partners of Jens Stoltenberg, and he has been in various leading positions in NATO for almost a decade, I think, Stian. And before that, he was in the Ministry of Defense and also a short spell in the Norwegian Armed Forces as well. So it's great to have you with us, Stian, here today. So please, the floor is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thanks, Ulf, for that introduction, and thanks for inviting me to this seminar. It's a real pleasure to be here. You mentioned the eerie green color in this room, but I'm not entirely sure that I will lighten the mood. I think what we've seen in recent days and weeks is a major escalation in Russia's war against Ukraine. We've seen the mobilization, the increased nuclear rhetoric. We've seen indiscriminate attacks on civilian infrastructure, and not least, we've seen the annexation or attempted annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions. And I think this annexation is of particular importance, and I think we need to be clear that it carries a risk of further escalation by Putin. So I think in many respects, we are at the most critical time in the war since the invasion of the 24th of February. It's difficult to predict the future trajectory of the war. On the one hand, Ukraine has made significant progress on the battlefield. Russia is clearly struggling, and NATO allies have made it clear that we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. But on the other hand, there is no sign that Russia is backing down, and Putin has demonstrated the will to take massive risks and shoulder enormous costs in the pursuit of his objectives. And I think we should also not underestimate the longer-term potential in the Russian mobilization and the war potential of the Russian state. So we need to be prepared that this war could last for a long time. But what is clear is that whether the war ends in months or in years, it will have long-lasting consequences. It's a game changer for not only European security, but for global security. And let me just offer remarks on 2 consequences that I believe to be of particular importance, before I end with a short remark specifically on security in Northern Europe. The first point I make is that I think we need to prepare for a lasting adversarial relationship with Russia. It's worth recalling that Putin's ambitions go well beyond Ukraine. You'll remember in the security treaties that he presented to NATO and the United States ahead of the invasion of 24th of February, there were demands on Ukraine, but there were also demands on NATO and the US to refrain from any further enlargement and to roll back the clock, essentially, and desist from placing NATO troops in newer member states like Poland or the Baltic states. We made every attempt to find a diplomatic solution, but it became obvious pretty quickly that essentially the Russian demands were ultimatums, and they amounted to no less than a complete rewrite of the European security order. And these demands are also consistent with what Russia has been saying for a number of years. But it's not only about what Russia says, it's also about what Russia does. And we've seen a pattern of Russian aggressive behavior over many years. We should not forget the destruction of Grozny, the bombing of Aleppo, the invasion of Georgia, the repeated cyber attacks and hybrid operations against NATO allies. And of course, let's remember, the war in Ukraine didn't start earlier this year. It began in 2014. I think it's worth saying all of this because even if the war ends tomorrow, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. We are faced with a revisionist Russia willing to use all the means at its disposal to achieve its objectives, military and non-military. And while Russian ability to achieve these aims may be limited, there is no reason to believe that they have changed them. So I think we need to treat Russia's war in Ukraine not as a one-off. It's not an aberration, but it's the logical conclusion of Russian policies over many, many years. This is unfortunately the reality we face. My second point is that the war has demonstrated how authoritarian powers come together. It has accelerated a growing divide between democracies on the one hand and autocracies on the other. For the first time, China has explicitly supported Russia in its demand to prevent further enlargement of NATO. And China has been unwilling to denounce Russia's war against Ukraine. On the contrary, they have provided political cover and support for Russia's narrative. Russia and China have grown their relationship over many years in many fields, economic, but also militarily. So the war did not create this, but it has accelerated this trend. And not least because Russia has become much more dependent on China as a result of the war. We also see how Russia is, and partly out of necessity, growing its relationship to North Korea and to Iran. At the same time, there is a more fundamental way in which the war has accelerated the divide between democracies and autocracies, and that is in the economic realm. The war in Ukraine has exposed Europe's dependence on Russian energy imports, but more broadly, it has demonstrated that overdependence on authoritarian regimes can create vulnerabilities. Not only dependence on the commodities we import, but also about the key technologies we export, and through their investments in our critical infrastructure. So we need to recognize that our economic choices have repercussions for our security. And this will inevitably lead to more scrutiny of our economic dependence on authoritarian states who do not share our interests. And of course, in this respect, China is of particular concern. And nobody is saying that we should stop trading with China or investing in China or accept Chinese investments in our economies. But we do need to be aware of the risks. But it's not only that the West is reducing its dependence on authoritarian regimes. The opposite is also true. The sanctions against Russia, while effective and necessary, will lead other authoritarian states to consider their dependence on the West. So the war in Ukraine has accelerated an economic divide that's been long in the making. In sum, all of this means that power politics and great power competition is back in the military realm, in the technological realm, in the economic realm, and in the political realm. And the war in Ukraine is to some extent only the latest symptom of a changing world, where revisionist authoritarian powers try to use brute force and economic coercion to get their way, to oppress their people, trample over the sovereign rights of other nations, and undermine the global rules-based order. This is, unfortunately, the new normal. Let me just end with a short remark on what all this means for security in Northern Europe. Northern Europe is a lot of things, but I think whether we talk about the Baltic Sea region, the Scandinavian landmass, the High North, or the Arctic more broadly, security in these regions is not insulated from larger geopolitical developments. On the contrary, they are a function of them. And over the last few years, we have seen Russian military buildup in this region. We've seen more Russian military activity, and we should prepare this trend will continue. We have also seen an influx of Chinese investments over several years, particularly in our critical infrastructure, and China has an expressed interest and ambition in the Arctic. So to a large extent, the security environment in Northern Europe, and I would say in the high north and the Arctic in particular, is increasingly characterized by competition between great powers. As a consequence, NATO has increased its focus on Northern Europe. Most visibly, we have deployed NATO troops to the Baltic states, but we have also placed an increasing amount of attention on the high north and the Arctic. And of course, with Finland and Sweden as members, 7 out of 8 Arctic nations will be NATO nations. So it is only natural that we should look north. It is part of our primary responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with a more dangerous and unpredictable world. Many of the positive developments over the past 30 years have gone in reverse. Globalization has given way to regionalization. International cooperation is giving way to great power rivalry. And peace is giving way to persistent competition and conflict. It's not the world we wanted, but it is unfortunately the world we are faced with. Thank you very, very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Stian. I think you addressed 3 very important points on of course, the changes in where you ended on Northern Europe. You brought in the issue about democracy and authoritarian countries, and you also had some very important reflections that we'll certainly have to return to on how we should read Russia, whether this is just a continuation or a conclusion of a project that's been ongoing. So I thought that was excellent opening remarks, so to say, for you setting the scene, Stian, for our next speaker. That would be Jardar Østbø. He has a PhD from University of Bergen. He's now leading the program for Russian security and defense policy at the Norwegian Defense College. So Jardar, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a really great way to for me to or an opportunity for me to hook up onto the last words of Mr. Jensen. Developments in Russia. It's development. The situation is developing very quickly. What was true last week might not necessarily be true this week. And last February, many Russia specialists, including myself, were taken aback by the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In some ways, it was a logical continuation of the previous development, but in other ways, in important ways, the Russian system had, so to speak, acted out of character, and it still does. What were, until recently, seen as bedrocks of the regime, of how the system functioned, are no longer there. So I will concentrate on 3 of these pillars and try to illustrate how they have changed profoundly since the beginning of this year. And that's first, elite balance. Second, the passivity of the population. And third, the reliance on special operations. As for the elite balance, from the very beginning, Putin has sustained his power by being the arbiter between elites with radically diverging interests, visions, worldviews, cultures. Before he was installed, Russian political and economic life was essentially a fight of all against all, often in the literal sense, with shootouts on street levels and raid and even assassinations, also on a top level. That was, of course, very destructive, even for those involved. And so in 1999, the main elites, the oligarchs, the bureaucrats, and the security services people, often called siloviki, promoted Vladimir Putin, quite young, obscure former FSB officer, as a successor of the ailing President Yeltsin. He was subsequently able to establish some general rules. He assumed the role of the arbiter between the different elites and the different clans and subgroups. And also in the first decade, he could afford to make all elites happy. In the second decade, he was shocked by the Arab Spring and color revolutions and also demonstrations at home, and came to favor the Siloviki more. But the so-called liberals still had key posts, and the basic balancing mechanism between the elites was retained. Now, the meeting in the Russian Security Council on February 21st this year seemed to upend the arrangement of Putin being the arbiter. He started to act as a dictator, forcing his most loyal and senior official into submission on what was alleged to be live TV. His problem is that he's not really a dictator. He doesn't have the level of control over the elites usually associated with people that are called dictators. The hawks basically criticizing him for being too soft in the war. In addition, there are also reports that there allegedly is one person in Putin's so-called inner circle that openly disagreed with the president's handling of the war. So the retaliatory bombings last week, the appointment of Sergei Surovikin to lead the Russian forces, and also, not least, the partial mobilization last month were all widely seen as Putin giving in to the hawks. The second pillar, the passivity of the population. Now, in the 2000s, people got increased living standard in return for political apathy. In the 2010s, they got a little ersatz empire, little taste of empire, and not radically diminished living standards, still in return for apathy. And most people were ready to accept, even acclaim the regime's main policies in public, even if it's a war, as long as it didn't affect themselves too much. And that changed immediately with the invasion, or that this wasn't changed immediately with the invasion. The mobilization changed it. The problem with the so-called partial mobilization that was announced on 21st of September is that it upended this relationship between the ruler and the ruled. Russians got both worse living standards and now a demand of personal sacrifice, even a sacrifice of their own lives in some cases. Neither does Putin have a positive ideology to mobilize people around. In an opinion poll about the mobilization, most people expressed anxiety, fear, shock, and anger. Only a small minority expressed pride. Some sources have said that 600 to 700,000 people left the country in the first 2 weeks after the announcement. So it's safe to say that the mobilization is the most unpopular political decision Putin ever made, seemingly a deal breaker between him and the population. As for the third pillar, special operations, it's common knowledge that the Russian regime is increasingly dominated by people with a past or background in the Soviet intelligence and security services. They brought with them a cynical and suspicious mindset, of course, but most importantly, I think it's that they're representatives of a particular modus operandi. In Putin's Russia, much of politics has actually been replaced with intelligence practices, which materialize as a series of so-called special operations in the widest sense. National elections are a special operation. The opposition should be handled with special operations. Foreign policy is conducted through a series of special operations, and most importantly, the invasion of Ukraine is a special operation. Now, this became a euphemism only later. In the beginning, it reflected the actual belief that Operation Regime Change would be swift and successful, like a rerun of Crimea on a national scale. But the war that came was surprisingly old-fashioned, including massive losses on both sides. It's protracted, harmful, very expensive. It's also impossible to deny that the costs can only be partly and temporarily covered up. It's a tragedy for all those involved on the ground, but it's a painful reality check for the Russian regime. So, to sum up, the war has changed many things. It has changed the relationship between the ruler and the elites, the relationship between the elites, the relationship between the regime and the people, and also it's a serious challenge to the modus operandi of the regime itself. The three main pillars that were part of the formula for success for almost 22 years are all gone. The elite balance is gone, the social contract with the passive population is gone, and the elegant special operation has become a protracted and brutal war. Everything is now subordinated to the aim of winning the war against Ukraine, and losing the war is simply not an option. It's a more unpredictable situation. We're not yet sure what is coming instead of the previous arrangement, but it's all very worrying, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jardar. So maybe we should make the light even more dim here, because the setting is not very good. So it's very interesting what you said, Jardar, in the sense that the things that we thought we knew about Russia somehow, they are broken. So Putin's dedication to seeing the world as a whole range of special operations, and this passive population that have been kind of accepting Putin because you had economic growth and some kind of prosperity, and also control of the media, and also the balancing of the elites. And you say that all these three elements have changed. So there's a new vertical established in the power balance between the elites. So Putin is clearly in charge. The population have become much more. They have been sucked into the war, but they're still passive. People are leaving the country. Liberals are silencing or moving into internal exile, and of course this is no longer a special operation, although Putin might still see it as that way. So there's a bit of a contrast between what Stian said and Jardar said, in a sense that I heard you, Stian, say that there's a bit of continuity in Russia. As you stressed that, okay, what we're seeing now is some of the true nature. We have seen the signs coming for a long time, whereas Jardar, I understand there is a bit more of a kind of, there's been a breaking point, and that we are now brought into a very different territory. So, do you have some remarks to what you heard from Jardar, Stian, or?
No, I mean, I don't think we should underestimate the extent to which things have changed since 24th of February. I mean, obviously, this is an aggression of a scale and of a scope that Russia has not engaged in previously. But at the same time, we see strong signs of continuity. Not all of us were surprised by the war. And that was, of course, partly because we had good intelligence as to why this was going to occur. But it also is based on a reading of Russia. And as I've said, we've seen a pattern of aggressive behavior over several years. And as I mentioned, I think at least going back to the war in Georgia in 2008. And I think it's important to remember, as I also said, that we need to remember that the war in Ukraine started in 2014 and not 2022. And I think also if we witnessed what Putin's been saying about these things, I mean, just listen to what the man says. And he's been saying this for years. He's talked about the collapse of the Soviet Union as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And he has consistently followed an approach where he's pushing back Western influence, particularly in Eastern Europe. They've never made any secret of their objection to NATO enlargement, for example. So there are strong elements of continuity here. And I think it's important to recognize that, because, as I said, we should not treat the war in Ukraine as a one-off or as an aberration. That's not to say that there'll be more big-scale wars in Europe, but this is continuity. This is the new normal. We are faced with a new security situation in Europe. And as I said, even if the war ends tomorrow, there's no going back to the situation before 24th of February. So I think, yes, obviously a change on the 24th of February, but it's a change in scale and scope, not in nature or fundamental ambitions.
So let's return a bit to the European security architecture and the lasting changes. that I fully agree with you in a minute. But just one point that are somehow almost, I guess a lot of the people in the audience are concerned about this today and or these days about the nuclear threat. So it's rather alarming. I think President Biden said that we are now in a more dangerous situation than ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Nuclear taboos about kind of talking about nuclear weapons are certainly broken. So how do you view the risk of the use of nuclear weapons seen from NATO? So now these days NATO is having its planned exercise on use of NATO of nuclear weapons, and also Russia is about to roll out its exercise. It's a rather tense situation with potentially catastrophic consequences. We should say a few words about it. So Stian, you say just how concerned should we be? How concerned are you in NATO? What kind of planning and steps are you taking?
I mean, first of all, it's important to say that we don't view the use of a nuclear weapon in Ukraine as a likely outcome. And we see no changes in the readiness levels of the Russian strategic forces, which we would expect to see in case they were planning for use of a nuclear weapon. So we don't think that this is particularly likely. Having said that, there is every reason to be concerned about the nuclear rhetoric. I mean, the credibility of nuclear weapons as a deterrent essentially rests on that the opposite side needs to be convinced that you are going to use it. So the more you talk about it, it becomes almost like a wolf-wolf situation, where you talk about it, you talk about it, you talk about it, and at some stage, in order to protect your credibility, you're going to have to use it. So there is every reason to be concerned. But as I said, we do not regard it as a likely outcome. And as we said, we see no changes in the readiness of the Russian forces. I think it's also important to note here that it appears that Putin is quite interested in keeping NATO and NATO allies out of this war. We're not part of this war. We do not participate on the ground. We are not party to military actions in Ukraine. And I think President Putin would like to keep it that way, because I think he recognizes if that were to be the case, is this going to be a quick and heavy defeat in Ukraine? And I think he also recognizes, and we've been very clear, that any use of nuclear weapons would fundamentally change the nature of this conflict. So, as I said, we have every reason to be concerned, but at the same time, we do not regard the use of nuclear weapons as a likely outcome.
Okay, maybe that was the only good news today. Okay. Now, to you, Jarda, you said, when preparing for this session, I read a recent paper in Foreign Affairs written by the Russian diplomat who worked in Geneva, who resigned his post. And it's a very interesting piece, because he tells the story about the long-term, so to say, developments in Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, basically saying that all the diplomats in Russia, they are sending information back to Russia that is filled with flaws. They are not reporting the truth back, so the truth as they see it. They give false information to Lavrov and to Kremlin because they think that this false information is what they would like to hear. And in giving this false information, you're promoting your own career. If you give reports and saying that this is actually how we are perceived, your career is dead. So it's a rather scary situation in terms of not only that there's a complete breakdown in trust at the political level, but also that the channels of information, a sense of reality, kind of information input about kind of orientation about what others are thinking about you, etc. So I'm just curious, Jarda, how you see this whole kind of, let's say, encapsulation of information and the world views. Because if you read the speech by Putin that he held during the annexation now in the end of September, it is rather kind of almost obscure way of, in our eyes, it will look almost obscure. How do you see the whole information system and the communication? How do we communicate? Is it possible at all to communicate with Kremlin, or is Putin receptive to information and to our reality understandings?
Yeah. I can only talk on the basis of information in the press, and some of of course, the journalists and commentators have access to some of these wider circles around the regime, so that they have a picture of what's going on. But I think it's the first time I've heard how this is even a syndrome of reporting only good news upwards is also something that permeates the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because normally they have been regarded as the more clear-sighted and pragmatic institution or ministry. And as for the Kremlin, it's been a picture that's been clear for quite a long while, that it goes along with the saying, you don't bring bad news to the Tsar's table, and that's also quite clear and in harmony with the system as I briefly described it previously. That's hierarchic system of relations, and often informal relations, and the bureaucracy at large, not only the top level and the Kremlin, but also lower in the administration, the presidential administration, and in the ministries. That's the way things work, that you have to say certain things that the boss likes to hear, and then you tend to hide the bad facts, right? And for example, one of the ministers of I believe it was economic development, the commentators were saying that okay, so, or was it agriculture previously? I don't remember exactly, but the commentators were saying that he had perfected the art of saying the right things and reporting the positive news upwards, all the while that his results were basically nil. So this is a syndrome that permeates the systems. I can only confirm this.
Stian, do NATO have some communication channels with Putin today, or is it the Americans that have that, or so? What kind of communications do you have?
We have very limited contact with the Russians as of today. But of course, allies do have contacts at the political level from time to time. There are also some contacts at the military level. And we are particularly concerned that, while we recognize that having a dialogue with the Putin regime at the moment on political issues or in order to move the situation forward, that does not seem to be particularly fruitful, and is not particularly receptive of that in the Kremlin. Of course, we are very concerned that we don't get into a situation where we have misunderstandings or miscalculations. So it's important that I think we have a modicum of contacts also at the military level, and they do exist. Yeah.
Okay, so now we have 8 to 10 minutes left of this conversation. So if you want to join in, please raise your hand, identify yourself, make some brief pointed question. I see one hand over there. It's very difficult to see. Please, yeah, I see there. Yeah, you get the mic. Please identify yourself and make a short. Question, please.
My name is Vincent Ball, and I am the vice chair of the Republicans Abroad Norway. Speaking as an American and an ex-NATO soldier, I do wonder about we were told when we supported NATO that we could survive tactical nuclear weapons. As a matter of fact, we trained to survive tactical nuclear weapons. In the occurrence that the Russians invaded Germany, why wouldn't the Russians have the same military strategy? That if we were to go into Ukraine, why wouldn't they use tactical nuclear weapons?
Okay. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Do you want to take...
Please, no,
or do you want...
go ahead.
I mean, as I said, I don't think we can rule out the possibility of a use of a nuclear weapon, but I do think that the Kremlin recognizes that that's crossing a threshold that will have dramatic consequences. And as that our judgment for now is that Putin is interested in keeping NATO out of this war. He recognizes that that's important in order to keep the war effort going. But I'm not saying that, but at the same time, the nuclear rhetoric that we're seeing from the Kremlin is disturbing and it's dangerous. And we are watching this situation very, very closely. We also have a situation coming up in the next couple of weeks with the annual Russian strategic nuclear exercise, GROM. So this is an issue that we will be watching very, very carefully. But as I said, if I were to look at, and I don't have a crystal ball, but as I said, it's our assessment that it's not. While we cannot rule out the use of a nuclear weapon, we don't foresee that that's the most likely outcome. But there's no doubt that there's every reason to be concerned.
Now Gabriella is down there with. I can't see who's there. Oh, it's Kate. Kate, please.
Okay. My name is Kate Hansen-Bundt. I'm the leader of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee. I have a question. A good friend of mine, Ben Hodges, Lieutenant General, American, he was in charge of the American forces in Europe a couple of years ago. He said he really overestimated the Russian capabilities. And he have used 7 months to understand his own overestimating Russia. And he says that he didn't see the amount of corruption in the Russian army and the MOD. As we talked about, you are not reporting back as a diplomat, but in the army they reported so-called ghost soldiers. The amount of, or the number of soldiers were highly exaggerated. And he also says that he misjudged the real amount of operational experience that the Russian forces had. They didn't exercise what they were able to do, should do on the battlefield. And also reporting back very bad figures. So I would like to hear, how do you see the Russian capabilities, Stian, and also Jardar? Do we overestimate what Russia can do on the battlefield? Thank you.
Please, Stian.
I'll start. I mean, it's very clear. I mean, I think we got the war right in that we were pretty clear what's coming. But we overestimated the Russian capability, and I think to a certain extent also underestimated the Ukrainians. Surprisingly, the Russians have shown huge gaps in logistics, in command and control, in the ability to conduct joint operations, and they've really been quite amateurish in the way that they've executed the war. I also think, though, that we need to commend the Ukrainians. Because they have done an absolutely fabulous job. They've been trained by NATO allies for years. They now receive a lot of equipment, and they have put that to extremely good use. So I don't think it's only Russian ineptitude. It's also actually the Ukrainians have done very well for themselves, and not least in terms of the morale that they have shown in defending their own country. And I would also say this, that yes, the Russian military capability has been less than what we expected, but I don't think we should underestimate them. As I also mentioned in my introduction, I think the longer-term war potential of the Russian state is potentially significant. The mobilization could have a significant effect on the war effort if given time. This will also depend, of course, if Russia is able to, it's not only about people, it's also about being able to supply their forces with weapons, equipment. Obviously, the sanctions are hurting that end of things, but on the other hand, the longer the sanctions go on, it's not necessarily clear that it will make it worse for Russia. It will also give them more time to find new partners, new trading routes, and access to new markets, access to other sources of military equipment. So I think it would be a big mistake to underestimate them. Then I think also this goes to some of the things that Jardar mentioned earlier, the sort of the innate corruption in the Russian system, the idea that you only send good news upwards, that military commanders will have their targets to establish a battalion, this and that, with that much equipment, and they report that yes, that's been achieved, even if it hasn't. So I think there is an element here that it calls for the fundamental corruption that we see in the Russian system. But as I said, I think it would be a mistake to underestimate them.
Jardar, would you like to say a few words also on the linkage between, for Putin, it was used to be a priority to build and restore the military forces. In some sense, there's also a signal of that kind of the importance of that project, and it apparently is not working as he foresaw it. Although we should say that Crimea and Syria and other things, and different kinds of special operations worked pretty well, I think, for Putin. So in that sense, it was a success. He entered the war a bit on a high, in some sense, where they can achieve a lot with quite modest resources. So,
yeah, absolutely. I agree on Stian's assessments also, as it was said, and I think I was also among those, although I'm focusing on the politics and I'm not an expert on the Russian defense, but I was also among those who overestimated the Russian capabilities and also underestimated the Ukrainian capabilities. The level of corruption in the army has been surprising. Even me, who have been looking into corruption as a subject. But I think also what I would like to say is that what we have seen is in harmony with the system as I described it. Because the political system is not set up for this kind of huge thing, this huge kind of operation. Crimea was a special operation, obviously. Syria was a limited military operation and quite successful, both of them, or spectacularly successful in the case of Crimea. But this kind of large-scale war, or approaching a sort of a total war, right? You're involving all, from the Russian perspective, involving all spheres of society. And the system is not really set up for this. The mobilization army was the main principle under in the Soviet period, but that was abolished, and now they have been trying to mobilize, and it's just chaos. It's catastrophic, and so they are really reorienting themselves, and of course it remains to be seen, but there will be needed a systemic change in the administratively, not least economically, and also politically. So we will see a very different Russia, I think, in the future.
Okay, excellent. I see there's been a few more hands, but yeah, but I think there's one over there with the mic now.
Thank you so much. I hope I can make this microphone work. Thank you. I'm Torgeir Fjertoft. I have two observations that do lead up to one question. First of all, with regard to the risk of this development going seriously bad, ending in nuclear exchange. I do think that NATO, I assume that you speak for NATO, take this risk too lightly. I don't know what it means to say that we are following the situation closely. There is a dilemma that I would like you to comment on. The head of Norwegian intelligence, as well as the chief of the commanding supreme commander of the Norwegian army, clearly states that as Russia's war goes badly, the risk of nuclear war increases. I think that that is obvious for one simple reason, that when the whole system turns irrational, of course irrational choices are become closer. That's the first observation. The second observation is that there is a fundamental disagreement between the two speakers that I would like you to pursue. I think that NATO seems to assume that Soviet intentions are inherent and unchanging, and that the system is more or less monolithic. Whereas our expert from the ministry, who is a scholar, he points out that Russia, quite to the contrary, is a dynamic tension field of competing elites. It's not stable, it's changing. And by changing, it is, of course, also influenced by external circumstances. And a particular cause for concern is that those who disagree with Putin, they want a worse war, not less war. So I would like to hear how you can reconcile these two fundamentally different approaches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jardar, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah.
On the tensions in the dynamics in Russian society and stability of the...
Yeah, the last question I could hook on to. Yeah, I don't think it's a fundamental disagreement. I think we all have seen that the Putin regime has always had a kernel of anti-Westernism in it, and that it has developed into pure hostility and resentment in the later years, increasingly. As for the start of the invasion, it seems in retrospect, and also if you take into account observers' statements and analysis, that for Putin it was the right moment was now, and the right modus operandi was what he chose. It's not a secret. It has never been a secret that he would preferably want to roll back Western influence in Eastern Europe, and also on the former Soviet states. But it was a surprise that it happened. At least for me personally, it was a surprise that it happened in the way, in this kind of full-scale invasion. But it is also, what I wanted to say is also as a worrying sign, as I've been studying Russian nationalism and imperialism, intellectual imperialism for a while, or at least a while ago, and I can see Putin in his speeches talking more and more like the nationalist imperialists.
Okay, so we have just 2 minutes left. So I would just like to return, or a few minutes left. I would like to return to a topic, because this session is called Russia and Northern Europe. So now we talked a lot about Russia. But of course, we have to think about Northern Europe and Europe as well, because after all, we cannot change much in the developments in Russia. We just have to try our best to understand it and prepare for different possible outcomes. But as I said in my remark, so there's been a Zeitenwende in Germany. Finland and Sweden have more or less joined NATO. Denmark has had this opt-out, and we heard from the state secretary that Norway and also many other NATO countries are investing more in military defense. So we see the contours of a new European security architecture of where you have a border to Russia that is more firm, more militarized. There will be no buffer states. Ukraine will be part of this European security order. There will be fewer economic exchanges between Russia and Europe. There was likely to also less exchange of scientists, less people-to-people exchanges, etc. So it will be a very different European security architecture, and this will also very much change, I think, the security dynamics in Northern Europe. And you touched upon this, Stian, in your remark about the changing nature of the Arctic as well. So if I ask you now towards the end, looking kind of 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, will the Nordic and Northern European region, do you think it will be more stable, more secure, or will we expect more tensions, more provocations coming also our way?
Thanks, Ulf. A big question. Let me just, before I get to that, just briefly get to the previous question in that, let me be absolutely clear, nobody at NATO is taking the risk of a nuclear detonation in Ukraine lightly. We're just saying that it's not the most likely outcome. But of course, risk is to some extent the function of probability and consequences. And while this have low probability, it carries massive consequences. So it is, of course, something we're taking very seriously. In terms of the future of security in Northern Europe, I don't have a crystal ball. What I know is that we're currently facing a Russia that is at odds with our interests, and I think we need to prepare for a long-term adversarial relationship. That's not to say that's going to happen, but that's what we need to prepare for. And I think that's important. I think it's extremely important also that Sweden and Finland have applied for NATO membership. And I think this will put NATO in a much, much better position to protect security and defend our allies in the entire northern region, in the high north and in the Baltic Sea. So I think to many extent that's a sea change for the security in Northern Europe. And I know we're running out of time, but let me just add one thing on Sweden and Finland, is that I know there's been some concern about the ratification procedures in certain allied countries. I mean, I think it's important for me to say that the key decision on Finnish and Swedish membership has been taken. And that was the decision taken at the Madrid summit to invite them to become members. And as invitees to the alliance, they participate in pretty much everything. And with 28 allies having ratified, they also effectively have a security guarantee. I think it's important to say this because Russia should not consider Finland and Sweden to be the soft underbelly of NATO. They are effectively members, and I'm confident that ratification will happen in due course.
If we have the time for a final question, so now he is signaling that we should end, but a final point, Stian, and that's, so we have looked into Russia, we looked into Europe, we know about and the Nordic, but stressing the point of burden sharing. So now we are entering the midterm election in the US. The US is picking up a huge part of the bill for supplying military and other assets to Ukraine. Do you see that Europe has to take on more responsibility? Is that the signal that you receive from the US?
The signal that I receive from the US is that they are absolutely committed to NATO and to European security. There's not much that Democrats and Republicans agree on these days, but to put very simply, they agree that China is bad and Russia is bad and NATO is good. That's pretty much about it. So I think this tendency of thinking about the US leaving Europe or not being committed to security of Europe, I think is actually grossly overestimated. And we saw that even with the previous administration. We should not forget that even under the Trump administration, there were more US soldiers in Europe when Trump left office than when he came into office. And there's a strong bipartisan support in the United States for NATO. And I think largely the US recognizes the value of friends and partners as they confront not only Russia, but as they confront China as a peer competitor. So I think this idea that the US is leaving Europe or focusing their attention elsewhere is grossly overestimated. Then having said that, I mean, we are going to have a decision, we're going to continue to have a discussion on burden sharing. But I think what a number of European allies have done over not only last months and done over the last months and years have been very encouraging. You mentioned Germany. Also Denmark, Netherlands, other countries have taken significant decisions on defense investments. And let's not forget that this was not something that started this year. In fact, since 2014, I think this is sometimes underestimated, there's been a major change at NATO. Effectively, we have rebuilt the defense in Europe. Going back to 2014, we didn't have defense plans, we didn't have a concept for collective defense. Our focus was elsewhere. It was Afghanistan, it was Libya, it was operations at a distance. Since then, there's been an absolute fundamental 180-degree turn. And of course, European allies have been a critical part of that. And they've invested something like 350 billion euros additionally in their defense capabilities since 2014. So I think things are actually moving on the burden sharing front, and I think that's also being recognized in the US. Then I say one last thing about this. I think we should guard against some sort of division of labor, where somehow the Europeans take care of Europe and the Americans take care of Asia. I think fundamentally, we are in this together, and I think we'd be well advised to be in this together. And I think we need the Americans need the Europeans. So I think we need burden sharing in pursuit of common goals, not a division of labor.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Stian Jensen and Jardar, please. And now there's a short break. I'll cut the break a bit shorter, but Åsmund will take the lead.
Let's reconvene at 9:50. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please find your seats and we'll recommence?
Should I just
Just turn my phone off in case it rings.
yes.
Give them some time. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This looks like we're coming back. Everybody got coffee and drinks and everything. Great. Okay. Welcome back. My name is Karsten Friis. I'll be moderating this second panel in the green light. We just discussed in the previous panel how the world around us looks, primarily focused on Russia. Basically, what kind of threats are we facing? And in this panel, we want to look a little bit what we're doing about it, so to speak. We want to look at how security in Northern Europe is being perceived by some of our main allies. We talked about the war, of course, how the sanctions and how relations with Russia in general has deteriorated. We talked about how NATO has strengthened itself, and of course Sweden and Finland becoming parts of NATO. We also seen in a few weeks this sabotage against the gas pipeline in the Baltic Sea. Of course, not officially attributed to Russia, but nonetheless, it's an indication of a higher tension in our neighborhood. Cyber attacks has been with us for quite some time, so there are already increased tensions in our parts of Europe in this context of the war. So, what we want to discuss in this panel is a little bit how some of our key allies are perceiving this situation and the security in Northern Europe. So to do so, we got three excellent panelists. I will introduce them, and then we will have discussion on the panel. So first in the middle here is Barbara Kuntz. She's a researcher at the IFSH, which is the Peace Research and Security Policy Institute in Hamburg, in Germany. So she works extensively on European security and defense issues, on NATO, European Union, and transatlantic relations, of course. And I can reveal a little secret. You've been involved in drafting of the first ever German national security strategy, which is not public yet. So I don't know how much you can get out of her from it, but we'll try. Ruth Harris, to my closest here, is the director at Defense, Security and Infrastructure at RAND Europe, based in the UK. She studies the contemporary future operating environment, strategy, policy, and conflict analysis. And you also do evaluations of defense operations. So an expert both on the political and the military level. And then at the end, Bill Wilforth is a faculty director at Dartmouth Institute in the US on global security. Right now, he's 6 months at the LSE in London, and that's why it was easy to get him here. He's an expert on international relations and security policy and follows American-US security policy closely. Studied also the Cold War and US grand strategy. Okay, Barbara, I'll start with you. Zeitenwende has been mentioned. That is, of course, one of the big changes that this war has created. A really change in Germany when it comes to its orientation towards security and defense policies, its role in Europe, and the commitment to spend a lot of money on defense. And as I mentioned, there's a strategy coming. Can we start with you? What's your assessment of the German perspective in general when it comes to security in Europe and with the emphasis on our part, the northern part of Europe? Please, Barbara.
Yes, well, thank you. And of course, thank you for the invitation to Oslo. Now, I think when it comes to how Berlin sees Nordic security or security in Northern Europe, that exclusively takes place in a NATO context, which I think is important to mention. And this is probably going to be even more so with Finland and Sweden, hopefully joining. And the official German threat perception in Northern Europe is completely aligned on the official NATO and, for that matter, also EU threat perception in Northern Europe. But I would still argue that the German approach to security in this region is not exactly driven by a specific German threat perception, although the description of the threat perception is aligned. But I doubt that many people in Berlin walk around seriously scared of Russia. But sort of the German engagement in Northern European security is mostly a consequence of German alliance politics and German willingness to be a good ally and to live up to expectations. Now, I also think that if you look at the German approach to Nordic security, there is no such thing really as a holistic take on security on Northern Europe, but you have to distinguish the High North and the Baltic. And when it comes to the High North, this is maybe the more interesting case in the sense that the High North is relatively absent, I would say, of the German debate on this and the public, and there's not much boasting about how Germany is stepping up in the High North. So this is in a way more quiet, more discreet. But Germany is definitely stepping up and closing capability gaps that I think is important to mention were identified before February this year. There was just never the money to actually do much about it. But now with the Zeitenwende money, Germany is adding up on capabilities that are relevant to the High North. So it's been mentioned already this morning, I believe, maritime patrol aircraft, submarines, and just general investment in the Navy, ships, and so much. So Germany is doing things in the High North, but I think it is a little more low profile as compared to the Baltic Sea region, which is very prominent also among German politicians. The chancellor goes there, ministers go there, defense minister, minister of foreign affairs, and so on. And there again, I mean, of course, everybody understands, or the Berlin establishment, to frame it that way, understands the seriousness of the situation. But I think, again, the Baltic engagement is much more framed in terms of alliance solidarity, reassuring the Eastern allies, being there. There is also I would say, pretty strong moral dimension that actually links that engagement to Germany's history, and that now it needs to be there for, well, especially the Baltic countries, Poland, but I mean, German-Polish relations are pretty difficult right now. And so what Germany is doing there is just stepping up the existing engagement, again, of course, in the NATO context, sending more troops to Lithuania, where it's been framework nations in the enhanced forward presence since its inception. So I think to sum up, it will be very interesting to see whether there is the emergence of a more holistic take on Nordic security, Northern European security. Maybe that also probably, if that happens, I assume it will happen through NATO rather than sort of in Berlin analysis. But Nordic security is definitely on the agenda. But so far, I would say, in sort of both cases, High North and Baltic, it is mostly driven by alliance politics. Mm.
If we were to look a little bit into the future, what are the main developments that we should keep an eye on in German defense policies?
Well, for now, when it comes to the Zeitenwende, I mean, the big question is how much of a game changer is this really? And I would say for now it is maybe half real, in the sense that 100 billion euros is a lot of money, but I think it should not be forgotten that a lot of this serves to plug holes to fill capability gaps that have been long identified and that are not necessarily a reaction to the Russian invasion. I mean, yes, of course, the Zeitenwende is the reaction, but I mean, the sort of the decisions made have been prepared before that for many of them when it comes to procurement, for example. And I think it is also important to keep in mind that there is no guarantee right now that the German armed forces will really be funded in a sustainable way in the future. There is no guarantee for that. And which, of course, will also have implications for will Germany be able to live up to its NATO commitments down the road. So I think that is, of course, at the sort of domestic politics level, something to watch. A second aspect, I believe, to be kept in mind, which is maybe more internal European and very Franco-German, but is this the question what the German procurement decisions actually mean for European security in the sense of European defense industry. I mean, France is, perhaps absolutely not surprisingly, not happy with Germany now rushing to buying off-the-shelf American solutions and also killing off a number of European projects in that process and endangering others. That's at least how Paris sees the F-35 decision on the FCAS. But I mean, the similar example happened, or it is already dead on the maritime patrol aircraft. And I think, I mean, maybe the French perspective is not widely shared across Europe, but I think whether not using this money to actually strengthening the European defense industrial base really does Europe a service, or that is, in any case, a question that deserves to be asked. And then the third aspect is more on a sort of big picture, grand strategy, strategic cultural level, is that Germany is very, very willing to demonstrate that it wants to live up to expectations. And that is what makes it a good ally. What Germany, I think, is still not very good is at developing, sort of doing the conceptual work for the future of the European security order. And I believe we will get to a point once this war is hopefully over rather sooner than later, well, this question will be on the agenda. And I mean, leadership is a word that you can hear very much in Berlin right now. Germany wants to play a leadership role, but your ability to be a leader reaches its limits if you only want to live up to expectations, if that makes sense. At some point, you also need to do the conceptual work of proposing something. And just as a last word, I mean, we have elections coming up in the United States in 2024, and hopefully after that as well. And I think just following US domestic politics, I would argue that there is absolutely no guarantee that US security guarantees to Europe will continue to the extent we have them now. It's probably not a black and white situation, but just diminished US engagement is maybe something to just keep in mind. Germany is absolutely not prepared for that or even thinking about that. I believe realistic scenario. I'm not saying that it's necessarily the most likely, but I think there's absolutely no way to exclude this scenario. And so if Germany makes the Zeitenwende into also conceptual leadership and thinking, that to me is the biggest question. And I'm not sure we are seeing much of that just yet.
The reluctant leader, right? It remains. Well, Ruth, the UK has traditionally been a strong leader in European security, especially for Northern Europe. We all kind of look westwards and we look to the United States, but we particularly look to the UK. Of course, some time ago, it was published the integrated review. I understand there's an update coming, but UK also have a joint expeditionary force, which is kind of tasked to look, as I understand, towards Northern Europe. So what's your assessment of the reflections going on in London on this topic these days, not other things in London?
Yeah.
I'll save you for that.
There's lots I could say about the goings on in London right now. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this. I think I can approach this briefly from 3 points. One is to sort of talk briefly about UK domestic politics, and I'm not going to talk about who's the Prime Minister at this moment, right? But I think Ukraine and support for Ukraine is one of the, possibly the only thing in the UK right now that unites the political elite, and across all parties as well. There's a general consensus that this is important and that continued support should remain. It's interesting that Ben Wallace, the Secretary of State for Defence, is the only minister not to have been juggled out of his position over the last few years. And you know, there's a really good reason for that. What I would say from a domestic point of view is the UK people have some stamina when it comes to conflict. We are usually in it for the long haul, not unquestioningly, but it's usually unwavering in support. The UK government has worked really hard to sort of explain the links between national security and what's going on in Ukraine and Russia's link to Syria, transnational crime, counterterrorism, etc. Now, let's be really clear. This narrative helps the UK government right now, because if you can pin everything on that, then that's useful. But it's also useful for Northern European security. And, you know, there's an understanding that the UK pulling out of support to Ukraine or its northern allies will not resolve the economic problems in the UK. I think that's understood. It's worth mentioning about the UK view of Russians. In general, I would say Russians are largely distrusted by the UK. And I'm not talking here about the Russian population writ large. I'm talking about the types of Russian people that the UK is exposed to through the media, through oligarchs, through football teams, right? And I think that's, you know, let's face it, the City of London has some, if not blood on its hands, it certainly has dirty money on its hands. And there's a perception that needs to be atoned for, and quickly. I mean, we can talk about football for a minute because it's extremely important in the UK. And, you know, normally this transcends national ideas of, you know, national identity. But the UK moved pretty quickly to remove key people. And if that can happen in the UK, frankly, anything can happen. So the other thing that the UK has been a home for Russian dissidents and opposition leaders for quite some time, and I think that's an important point. And we've also seen very publicly, you know, the Litvinenko assassination and the attempted assassination on the Skripals of the Salisbury train and Novichok poisoning, and so this is very much in the forefront of the UK. What I would say also is that the UK public took Russia's threat against the UK of use of nuclear weapons seriously. And we spoke earlier about the likelihood of that. The point is the public took it seriously. A recent, actually quite a reputable survey suggested that 2/3 of UK adults think that, you know, that this threat is serious, and 1/3 think it's likely that there would be an attack. So this is something that the UK hasn't ignored. What I would say is it hasn't quite translated to a good policy on societal resilience in the UK, as it has in countries like Norway, Sweden, and Finland, but this might come. The other thing to say domestically is that when we talk about the UK, we have to be really careful here not to lump this into one mass. Because, and I'm talking here about Scotland. Scotland has a really strong national identity, and it's very much northern looking for cultural reasons, historical reasons, but also the economy, food security, farming, a whole load of other reasons. It does look to the north. Now, why is this important? It's important because if London is out of tune with Edinburgh, then the likelihood of another referendum in the UK for Scottish independence is very high, and it's become higher post-Brexit anyway. And the current UK government, in fact, I think I could say, you know, even if the Labour government was in, is something they want to avoid really at all costs. So paying attention to what Scotland says is important. I'll talk really briefly from a defence perspective. So the UK's recent announcement was the delivery of hundreds of AMRAAM missiles to Ukraine. And these are really capable missiles. For anyone who doesn't know, capable of shooting down a cruise missile. And I think the attack on Ukrainian infrastructure really triggered this donation of this. They're a really useful military asset. They are interoperable with the targeting and firing system that the Biden administration has also donated. So useful. What I would say also is in terms of training. The UK's, we can't talk about it so openly here, right? But the UK Special Forces support of elite Ukrainian soldiers has been really remarkable. And talking, firsthand to Ukrainian ministers, to me, it's very much the thing that they value the most that they get from the UK. So it's worth bearing that in mind. Also, let's just mention briefly the UK lead of the Joint Expeditionary Force. It's something the UK is really proud about, okay, and wants to use it. Now, there's good reason for this, political as well as, purely military. It wants to demonstrate commitment and resolve, and that despite Brexit and perhaps because of Afghanistan, the UK armed forces sort of can and will work with its neighbours to the north to project power. It's something that plays far more palatably to the UK domestic audience. The UK lost 450 soldiers in Afghanistan. It makes more sense to the public if we are spending our defence pounds on protecting closer to home to an adversary that the UK now can understand. And that's something to bear in mind. Also, I think, the UK's commitment to the JEF, the increased presence in the Baltic through naval submarines and increasing air patrols is interesting. And I think that viewed against Ben Wallace's comment that it is inconceivable that Britain would not defend Finland and Sweden if either of these countries attacked, even if they weren't members of NATO, I think really speaks a lot about the UK's commitment for that. Now, there are problems, okay, and one problem is defence supply chains. The impact on UK stocks and indeed NATO stocks, right? It's not small. And the replenishment of munition stocks at a time when everybody else is trying to do that, it's challenging. I don't want to overplay this, but it's not something that should be ignored. And I suppose it's worth talking a little bit about UK foreign policy, but perhaps we can come back to that in further questions.
All right, thank you. But before I pass to Bill and the United States, also you a little bit outlook. You touched upon it already, but what should we look for? What is the main developments? With all the uncertainties, of course, with the government, but what if you see the main developments when it come to the British security and defence outlook?
Going forward?
Yeah, going forward.
I mean, there's a lot of discussion now about, we don't like to say we're going to republish our integrated review because that looks like we got it wrong before. And that certainly the narrative coming out of the UK is that we didn't actually get it wrong. We got a lot of things right in there, but the tilt is maybe slightly off. There's quite a strong Indo-Pacific tilt in the previous integrated review with AUKUS and the potential for the money, etc., around that. And that's not just about submarines. Let's be really clear. AUKUS is more about technology, innovation, and pairing together with Australia and the US for those reasons. Submarines are just a good headline, right? But the Indo-Pacific tilt, I don't think the UK wants to say that's wrong. I think they just want to maybe have an adjustment around that. So we will see the language changes, right? An annex to the integrated review, an addendum, an additional piece, something extra, and this year, which will dust off in some respects reviews of the past. I mean, this is a place we've been before. What I would say though is the UK's future look at this and how it's preparing is not for a Cold War. It's a really clear understanding in the UK that a Cold War, a frozen conflict, is not a solution, and that the commitment is to helping Ukraine to retake its territory, all its territory, and that Russia, by putting the Donbass into the same discussion as the Crimea, has made that far more probable.
Great, thank you. Okay, last but not least, the main pillar of NATO, United States. Without United States, there wouldn't be any NATO. We heard from Stian Jensen that there is a bipartisan support for Europe, and this idea that we should, there's a kind of Asia or Europe is exaggerated. There was just a new national security strategy released. So, Bill, what's your assessment of the thinking in Washington?
Well, thanks for that question, and thanks for inviting me here. Yes, the national security strategy of the United States, the Biden administration released it last week, and I think in that document you see an answer to the most fundamental question of American grand strategy or American security policy, which is whether the United States can address what it thinks is the main long-term geopolitical challenge, which is China, while also doing everything else, but in particular remaining committed to European security, investing heavily in European security. So in some sense, that's a document that says we can do it all. And how can we do it all? When China is rising, when the United States faces domestic problems, when the challenges seem greater, when the United States has far fewer resources than it had 10 or 20 years ago to handle the same, in fact, a smaller portfolio of commitments. So how does this national security strategy say that we can handle it all? It's worth noting that this is not actually a strategy. It's a document that is meant to explain to the administration itself and to the world what we're doing. So we do policy, we do security policy, and then we write a document that explains what we're doing. That's kind of what it is, but it nonetheless is interesting, and it contains an answer to that question about how we can do it all. And basically, one of the most important answers is allies. I mean, basically, if you read that document, it is extremely focused on the importance to the United States of its manifold partners and allies across the world. This is what they think is the secret tool, is the secret sauce, is the force multiplier that allows a U.S. that accounts for a shrinking share of global GDP and is facing intense challenges from China, how it nonetheless can do all these things. So in that sense, I think good news for Northern Europe, because you're getting such a commitment to the importance of allies in this strategy document that you're seeing less, fewer references to the problems of burden sharing and disproportionate or asymmetrical commitments. That's not to ignore the fact that the other way the United States thinks it can handle this huge portfolio of security challenges is through massive commitments. My colleagues at Dartmouth and I have calculated sort of the actual cost of American security strategy as opposed to what the defense budget is. And if you include all the various pots of federal money that go into American foreign and security policy, you're looking at 6% and higher of GDP of a $24 trillion economy. So you're talking about a massive commitment, but only through the allies and partners can it achieve this. So that's one key answer from that security strategy. Let me just make a few more comments, I think, quickly about the strategy and what it might mean and what the problems might be. Let me first note the framing in the strategy. The framing of the strategy is that this is a struggle between autocracy and democracy over a world order. It's remarkable that we made it all this way into today's seminar, today's conference, and I think only once or twice has the word rules-based international order been mentioned. But this is mentioned all the time in Washington, and it's mentioned all the time in this document as an important framing of what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do, what American security is depending upon. It's on the maintenance, the defense, the deepening of this order, which is not very well defined in the document. But once again, I would say that framing of order, rules-based, democracy is also good from the standpoint of most European allies and certainly of the Nordic countries, soon-to-be allies and existing allies in the North. So that, again, is good news, kind of. So if you look at this combination of a commitment to do it all and a framing in terms of democracy and authoritarianism, a framing around the rules-based order. This makes sense of what the United States and its allies are doing with respect to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They see this and have framed this as a contest, not just over the future of Ukraine, but over the standing of the West and the standing of the order that it supports. So they framed their strategy in Ukraine as not allowing a Russian victory. So it's kind of a negative framing. They're not saying what victory is, but they know that they want to deny Russia a victory. They think that this is necessary in order to sustain the rules-based international order, to sustain this commitment to maintain the position of the United States and the West. And so that's some sense, that provides a strategic kind of overarching, grand strategic, if you will, rationale for what we're doing in Ukraine. The only problem with this framing of the objective in Ukraine is that it is a negative one. It's to deny Russia a victory, which means, in some sense, Russia gets to play a role in what determines victory, because it has to be framed around sort of how Russia perceives its stakes in Ukraine. So I'll conclude my remarks by saying there is a worrying dynamic swirling around this awful war, and that is that both sides of the conflict, actually all three sides of the conflict, are framing it as existential. Obviously, it's existential for Ukraine, and I've just explained how it is in some sense existential, maybe stressing the meaning of that word, but it's extremely important in a world order sense for the United States and its allies. But it's also framed exactly the same way by Vladimir Putin and the leadership in Moscow as an existential struggle of Russia's survival as a great power, something that defines itself as having been for 300 or 400 years. The stakes are enormous. So I do see a very severe danger here in this set of interests and worldviews and strategic objectives around Ukraine, in that we really don't have a clear definition of what we mean by we will stand by Ukraine, we will give Ukraine all that it takes. What is it? What is it that it takes? And if it takes a complete defeat of Russia, a return to the pre-February borders, of the pre-2014 borders, then the escalation risks, I think, are rather severe. And I'm not sure that there's any clarity in this document or any clarity in the discourse coming from official Washington on exactly what stakes, what costs the Western publics may be willing to bear to achieve what they're defining as victory.
Thank you. If I may also challenge you a little bit to look into the future, and of course, presidential elections coming up. Again, there is broad bipartisan support, but nonetheless, there's an argument that during the Trump administration was the so-called elders in the room. The commitment to Europe wasn't because of him, but despite him. But the elders in the room, the state apparatus managed to maintain the NATO engagement, and only towards the end he tried to pull troops out of Germany. So the question is, in a potential new Trump administration, are we so sure that this bipartisan engagement with Europe will continue? What do you think?
All bets are off if you have another administration led by Donald Trump. Indeed, even another Republican. I think we're seeing a change in the Republican Party. There is a small but growing contingent that is extremely skeptical of U.S. security commitments, adopting many arguments that we used to associate with the left wing over American imperialism, and some of the new upcoming rising members of the Republican establishment are former American military veterans who have taken a stance against these kinds of commitments. So in some sense, I agree with what was said on the morning panel, that in the first Trump administration, if we can refer to it that way, the rhetoric did not match the reality. And you need to look at not only what people say, but what they do. I literally believe that in the second administration the underlying impetus, the desire of Donald Trump to disentangle the United States from the security affairs of Europe might be a much more serious threat to the stability of the alliance than it was in the first administration.
All right. Okay. That's we don't need that. Huh?
No one needs that.
So let's go back to Germany again. Barbara, you started talking about the Zeitenwende and the challenges related to. Just have to go back to exactly how we formulated it. Yeah, the leadership. You said leadership is not living up to expectations. I think that's a nice way of phrasing it. But what if you try to look at the political, let's say, culture, political developments in Germany? Are we seeing this coming? Is it the like mid-bolder Germany coming up now? You mentioned that you're not doing everything like buying military equipment with France anymore, being a bit bolder perhaps, or is it lining up more to the United States? So can you assess a little bit more how you see the political leadership develop in Germany?
Well, let's put it this way. I think Germany, in a sense, is the ultimate status quo power. And Germany, I mean, the rules-based international order is also everywhere in the Berlin discourse, and it needs to be preserved. And the problem is that nobody really knows how. And I think nobody is also really willing to ask the question, how do we explain to these other countries that are not the West that the rules-based international order is not actually just imposing our rules on them? Because we like the rules-based international order if it's based on our rules, right? We like, I mean, a rules-based international order could theoretically also be based on Chinese rules, and nobody wants that. And so I think that there are a number of questions like that currently nobody is really willing to ask. And so to me, the debate right now is very much just resorting to these phrases. We want the rules-based international order. We want leadership and play a leadership role in Europe. But I think sort of asking the questions that would go beyond that is not currently happening that much. Now, I also think that the domestic situation in Germany will become more difficult, just with, the gas prices and all of this, also reducing the room for maneuver for thinking. And then I also wonder what sort of the political landscape will look like. So, I mean, except for the fringes that luckily don't really matter that much in actual decision-making, there are no pro-Russian forces in German politics. But you, of course, have a strong camp in the Social Democrats that, if you allow me to really oversimplify, some of them still believe that Ostpolitik worked once, it will work again. And so I wonder if the tensions between this camp and the more hawkish camp, which interestingly includes large portions of the Greens, actually, that made an interesting change from being this classic pacifist, no weapons, abolish the armed forces party to now saying being pacifist actually requires sending weapons to Ukraine. But I mean, all these are sort of very, very short-term debates. And in that sense, I think I would come back to my earlier assessment that Germany will probably be pretty good at assuming leadership at sort of within the existing framework, the things that I described earlier, but also, for example, this initiatives for European air defense with 15 countries, which is a German idea. So I think there's a lot to expect of that. But if you just look to after the war, we don't know when that is, but I think the key question for European security will really be how to deal with Russia in the future. And there, I think we have two camps in Europe already, where one camp says, essentially, Russia needs to be crushed, and there's just no way, because the very essence of Russia is to be aggressive. Like, nothing can change that. And then on the other hand, you have more the camp of, well, Russia is there, we can't move it, so we have to find some way that even if we're enemies, we got to manage our enmity in a way that keeps us safe. I think these are the two camps, and then some pro-Russians maybe in Hungary and so on. And I think, I doubt that Germany will have the political clout and the concepts also to, in this debate, really play a leadership role. Because I think in one sentence, the key question for the future European security order is whether everybody will be willing to accept security interests as legitimate. And that includes Russia accepting Western European security interests as legitimate, but also whether, for example, Poland would ever be willing to accept that Russia might have legitimate security interests. And I think in that debate, I essentially believe that the only country that has the weight to unify the Europeans behind a common vision is the United States, but that Germany will not be able to play this role, at least the way things look now.
Could you maybe say a few words also about the relationship with Poland? Because it's interesting, isn't it? Poland is, historically, of course, it's been a challenging relationship, but at the same time, neighbors and very strong military forces. Can you elaborate a little bit about the Berlin-Warsaw relations?
I think they are very, very difficult. And I think that, in a way, Berlin is desperate for better relations with Poland, but the Polish leadership really doesn't help. And also on purpose does not help. I'm not a specialist necessarily of Polish domestic politics, but playing the anti-German cards just seems to work so well in Polish domestic politics that it is too tempting. And of course, it is hard to have a trustful security relationship with a country that, on the other hand, wants reparations from you. So I think this is difficult. I think if I may be a little bit cynical, I think the best bet for Germany playing a leadership role supported by Poland is actually Poland being even more frightened of French leadership. And that sort of if they have a choice between Berlin and Paris, then Berlin is still less scary, also because Berlin is mostly wanting to live up to expectations that Warsaw can define somehow, or that Washington defines, or NATO defines. And but there's a lot of brainstorming going on how to improve German-Polish relations at the moment, and I haven't really seen. And it's rather got, I think, much worse since February this year, because the distrust in Poland when it comes to Germany is pretty deep.
Ruth, and the kind of the positive side of this war is that, of course, the Western countries we got stronger together, and despite Brexit and other tensions that are still there, as we just heard about. But still, do we need, following up what Barbara was talking about, do we need a security architecture, not a new security architecture, but a more political structure commitment? Is there any thoughts in the UK how they can not just kind of engage through NATO, but more kind of politically and security discussions in Europe? Or is that still too early after Brexit for the UK to play a political role in Europe?
I think the UK is trying to be very careful not to have made the decision to Brexit. I mean, let's be really clear. This was not an overwhelming support for Brexit in the UK. You get that rhetoric, but it's like 49 to 51%. This isn't exactly compelling. And there's a lot of people who think that if you took the vote again now, we certainly would be wanting to be back in the EU. Brexit is something that a lot of people in the UK, particularly at the political level, are slightly embarrassed by. That embarrassment translates over to how do we have a conversation with Europe where we take our normal role of leading, because the UK kind of likes that role, right? And it usually only relinquishes that role to the US. And even then, it doesn't want to always. But so how do we do that without having Brexit thrown in our face at every turn? So I think it's maybe a bit too soon. I mean, it's interesting, obviously, that Liz Truss, the current Prime Minister, went to the Prague summit. And I think where things genuinely can combine like things like energy security, etc., where there's a very obvious shared interest. It's less embarrassing, but it's very much at the EU's invitation right now. So I think that it is problematic, which is why I think the UK is very much lent to its role. We talked already a little bit about the GEF, but how it can maybe use its power through defence in order to do this, because it feels it's on firmer footing when it comes to defence. It's kind of proven, it's not embarrassing, it's not really related to Brexit. We haven't changed much in terms of defence because of Brexit. So it's a sensitive subject, but I don't think, you know, the UK doesn't want to be on bad terms with Europe. Far from it. It wants to have a relationship with Europe where it can talk collectively about Northern European security, and it can't afford to be on bad terms with Europe anyway, right? You know, the cost of living crisis. Although the UK kind of has some resilience in terms of energy security that other parts of Europe don't have, it's still very real. And the UK certainly can't afford to be, you know, in bad terms with Europe when it comes to supply chain issues due to over-reliance in the past of what I would call poor, but, you know, bad actors, which I would probably lump China. So it needs that relationship for sure.
Mm. So the GEF, as you've been mentioned a few times, is actually something real. I mean, there are other initiatives like Framework Nation Concepts and the French ER2, but it is actually really, I mean, maybe you could say a few words about what GEF is and isn't?
Yeah, definitely. So the GEF, I think the first, I guess there's three things you can say about the GEF. First, it offers what I would say is like a first mover advantage, because it doesn't need to have consensus between all its actors in order to act, which makes it different from NATO, right, for a start. And there's pros and cons to that, but it does have the potential for that. Secondly, it is uniquely focused on Northern Europe, unlike NATO, whose bigger membership and geographical dispersal does kind of sometimes dilute the focus. And thirdly, I think it's interesting that with the accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO, it's worth thinking about what that would actually mean. There's a growing discussion about the need of a more integrated approach towards the Baltics, and the kind of predictions or the appreciation within UK policy that NATO wasn't necessarily designed for this. It's complex, and I would argue that NATO should not be regionalised at the strategic level. That it has a central purpose, collective defence, and that we need to be very careful when we talk about how the GEF is used, particularly if all members of the GEF are NATO members, how that is integrated in terms of the narrative. Now, militarily, it's very capable. There's no doubt about that, particularly from an air perspective, particularly. No one's more delighted than the UK that Finland's buying the F-35. To be really clear, that's great news in the UK in terms of interoperability, in terms of training, etc. But I would just kind of caveat that and reflect on something that Bill said. There's no perception in the UK that we don't need the United States. It's never a question. We do need the United States. Even though the UK is committed to spending 3% of GDP on defence, it's a cut that won't happen. It's the one ministry that's not being asked to give cuts at the moment, at a time where it is across all of the ministries. But for issues around key enablers, which across Europe we've really badly underinvested in, I touched briefly about supply chain and the kind of just-in-time logistics and, consolidated defence industry, etc. It's caused a problem. I'm not saying that the US is immune to those issues as well. There's some good parallels there. But though the GEF has an awful lot of capability in how it can look, I think its biggest strength is its Northern European focus and the absolute understanding of that area geographically, culturally, historically, and what the Arctic means. But by the way, of course, the Arctic is no stranger to warfare, okay, in terms of its use. Mm-hmm. So Hopefully that's given some insight.
We'll soon open for questions, so you can start preparing yourself. I just want to ask Bill a question. We have repeated that, and we said it now. We all are still dependent on the United States. If it wasn't for the United States, Russia will be in Kiev today. Right? The support from the United States has been, despite beautiful talk about strategic autonomy in some capitals, if it wasn't for the United States, the situation in Ukraine would be drastically different. And of course, it applies also to our security. So there's an old debate about burden sharing. Do you see that as a continued challenge? And related to that also elements of industrial competition when it comes to defense industry, because there are some of this is not only, we can have beautiful speeches and dialogues, but actually sometimes there's a real competition about industry and contracts, as also Barbara touched upon. So again, I'll try to figure out, are there some potentials here for future challenges across the pond?
I think in the near term, the burden sharing issue will be soft-pedaled. I think the current administration is very committed to what it's doing and is very committed to this alliance and is probably much more sensitive than a lot more sensitive than the previous administration to the idea that, the different allies bring different mixes of things to the table, that just simply totting up precise contributions to Ukraine may not be capturing the entire picture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's refugees dealing, there's all kinds of ways of calculating costs and who does what. And this administration is I think most people in the audience would find it very sort of comforting the way they think about this issue. So it's a holistic kind of approach to what allies bring to the table. And as I said, a high valuation on the role of allies in making the United States more secure. Okay, so that's locked into the current administration. Long term, I do think there are some issues. And by long term, I mean both long term, if this war continues. I very much appreciated the comment this morning that the Russian state has considerable war potential, that we're just still seeing what its limits might be. If the war drags on for a long time, Ukraine will need fantastic sums, not just of military aid, but just to keep its budget going. And the United States has already allocated significant amounts of non-military aid just so the Ukrainian state can function. I think you're going to see more grumbling with each successive bill that hits Congress. I think some things will depend upon the tenor and interpretation of the meaning of the 2020 midterms. Do we see anything in there that's changing the political calculus? So I think the longer we spin things out, the more this old hoary debate, this ancient question that I've been studying these issues since the 1980s. They've been with us ever since the 1980s. They're not going away. And I think they might become even more acute, because it's important to recognize that a very significant chunk of the Washington, D.C.-based strategic community really thinks that America is hard-pressed to handle its current commitments in East Asia. The Indo-Pacific challenge is seen as very, very challenging. Secretary of State Blinken just said, that they think China's potential readiness, intent to consider a military solution to the Taiwan issue the timeline is moving closer and closer and closer. Military analysts are extremely scared about what that scenario might look like. So this issue is not going away, but in the near term, the administration sees this coming together of the allies in support of Ukraine as completely consistent with its overall global strategy. Most likely they think, and they haven't put this on record except a few stray comments, they think that its most likely outcome of this war is going to be a Russia that will be weakened for decades and not constitute the same kind of challenge to the rules-based order or to the status quo that we thought it was posing as of only a few years ago. So very cynically, you could see this strategy as a long-term investment in actually easing the overall burdens of global leadership for the United States by dealing a substantial, perhaps decades, maybe even generation-long blow to Russia's power as a state in the international system. So they see that as a potential big gain. and therefore quibbling over the precise contributions in the near term is not going to be at the forefront, I think, of their discourse.
Right, yeah, when it comes to economic support to Ukraine, I can think of at least one country that could afford to give more, but that's not a comment. Let's open for questions and, questions. So as in the previous panel, please state who you are, affiliation, and just one short question, not a long speech, please. It's very difficult. So two hands over there. So back there. You first, there with the glasses there.
I think he has the microphone here.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I don't see. Okay. Luke, please, yes.
My name is Luke Courtney. I'm an American over here for my younger Norwegian American children. Rules-based world order is really a lie. Last year, Haiti, the president who was warming up to China, was assassinated by Colombian mercenaries who have served us in the past. Iraq, a war of aggression, ours. Libya, Syria. And the rest of the world has had it with us. They aren't going along with us in the Ukraine war. They see us having forced it on Russia. Actually, our foreign relations are completely wrecked at the moment by Biden and Blinken. Now, on May 3rd, Yahoo published my article, Lou Courtney, Russia now left with no choice but nuclear war. And I pointed out that during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when I was a junior in high school, things now are much worse as far as power, speed, and computerization of weapon systems. And a week later, Henry Kissinger came out and said the same thing in his Financial Times interview on YouTube. I see the odds of a nuclear war, and I mean a strategic nuclear war right now, is 3-1. And the Poles, notice, have started an emergency civil defense program. Since Norway's government has gotten our families into this war, and the Russians think we're at war against them, shouldn't it instead put public safety at the top of its priorities and immediately begin an emergencies civil defense program? And shouldn't other NATO countries be doing this? And why wasn't civil defense, on the program for this military seminar, Carsten?
Okay, that was a comprehensive question. Did you get the? Maybe you want to start.
You know, we could have a great debate. You know, on that, I would just make two comments. Comment number one is you can debate a lot about what the rules-based international order means, but one thing that I think is pretty clear is that invading countries and then taking territory and saying it's your territory is one thing that is kind of against that rules-based international order. With all of the American uses of military force, we didn't go into those countries and say they're the 51st state. We went into those countries for various reasons. You can debate why we did it, but we didn't ask for territory. We didn't move borders. The second comment on this nuclear risk, I don't know how to assess the nuclear risk. I think it's very, very difficult. But I would say in the Cuban Missile Crisis, you had a direct confrontation between the two nuclear-armed superpowers. In this case, the most likely nuclear use would be by Russia against Ukraine, because after all, the reason we have a war in Russia, a war in Ukraine, is because Russia chose that war. The United States didn't choose any war, NATO didn't choose any war, Ukraine didn't choose any war. So that nuclear use would likely be in Ukraine if it were to happen. Again, I agree with this morning's comment that it's probably low now because Putin has a lot of other things to try before he would reach for that. But even if it did happen, I think the risk of escalation to strategic nuclear use is much lower now than the stakes of the Cuban Missile Crisis because it's a Russia-Ukraine war.
Okay, great. I will take a new question. There was one with the glasses back there. Yes, sir.
Thank you to all panelists for sharing your thoughts on the current security situation. Raymond from MOD. A question for Harris. Your talk about the Joint Expeditionary Force and your key points makes me believe that the focus of JEF is maybe more towards the Baltic Sea and the Baltic states. Here, with the Norwegian perspective, what's your thought on their relevance in the North Atlantic? And with the current situation, what should be or where do you see the threshold for activation? Thank you.
That's a really interesting question. Thank you. Yes, the recent look has been to the Baltic states. I think that's something that that the UK is familiar with, so it's happy to lead on that. Exercising not just under Jeff, but the recent exercise Cold Response, right, and the work done under that, which is obviously Norway-led and non-NATO members involved, etc., highly successful in terms of understanding and learning about interoperability. I think, it's very easy to rubbish exercises, but the point of an exercise is the learning. And the other thing to say about these exercises, it's not the 2-week period of the exercise that gets the press, right? It's the 6-month build-up to that exercise, and all the training, the collective understanding that's very important for NATO and non-NATO exercises and combined ones, etc. I think for the JEF, as I say, it's familiar with the Baltic area. I think the ability to look further north into kind of Arctic warfare and training it is increasing. What I would answer, certainly from a UK perspective, you can imagine when we spent 15, 13 years in the desert, that Arctic warfare training kind of fell off the agenda. It's firmly back on. I was in the military for 25 years, and I remember when I first joined, being in a snow hole up in Porsangermoen Garrison, which is pretty far from here, I know, was something we did, right? That was routine, we did it. And that is firmly back on and has been for the last kind of 2 years. The UK is definitely turning its attention back to Arctic warfare and how it operates, not just in terms of its training, but in the equipping its capabilities or its equipment for that, for cold weather operations, etc. And I think that's to signal we're catching up with the other members of the JEF who already have equipment that's naturally really effective at that. So I think the requirement to look further north, to look at land-based operations, land and air, not just maritime, is certainly in the rhetoric. I was fortunate enough to talk to the UK lead of the JEF only last week, and that point was really clear in terms of this isn't just a maritime-based operation, although we're very focused on cold response previously, but we need to look at land-based operations too. Now, the UK Army delighted about this, of course, because that means it's less likely to undergo cuts and etc., and it can use capabilities as maybe mothballed a bit. And it'll be the same, right, in Norway, the inter-service rivalry about things like this. But I think in some ways that's quite healthy. I hope that helped answer.
All right, great. First row here.
Yes, is this on? Yeah. Hi, my name is Minna Olander. I'm from Finnish Institute of International Affairs. My question is to Barbara Kunz. How do you see, where is the German population at right now? Because opinion polls indicate kind of that maybe Germans themselves are kind of ahead the curve of their government when it comes to support to Ukraine. But on the other hand, there's also some indication that the mental Zeitenwende will take even longer than the material one. So how do you assess this? Like, where is German population right now on the scale of Zeitenwende?
That is a very hard question that I've been asking myself many, many times. And I think it is very patchy in a way, because I think that a lot of people are ahead of the curve in the sense of understanding that you can't just ignore security policy, or that security and defense policy is more than just a nice to have. As it essentially was presented to them for 20 years, where it's like, well, do you want to invest in tanks or kindergartens? And then, of course, people chose kindergartens. But I'm not really sure if people fully understand the consequences of that and the impact it has on their lives, in the sense of, well, financially, first of all, just taxes. I mean, 3% into the armed forces, they need to come from somewhere. I'm also not sure if they understand in the sense of what actual preparedness would mean, like having food stocks at home for 2 weeks or things like that. I mean, there was an announcement, I think that was even, that's years ago, where somebody, the Ministry of the Interior recommended that, and people just got panicky. And I mean, I haven't been traveling much this year, but as far as I could tell, Germany was one of the few countries where like flour was completely out of stock for weeks, and pasta and all these things. So it is very, very strange and patchy. And I think maybe what I observe also in comparison with other European societies is that Germans are currently very easily pushed into hysteria in some things, like on the nuclear. I mean, the current exercise, for example, makes people hysterical, and there's all kind of hysterical press coverage of that. Earlier, I mean, people went to buy like little gas stoves for home because they thought that there would be no electricity this winter, and there was all these gloomy headlines. So I think it is very, very volatile right now, and it doesn't really have a direction. The reassuring news for me, to just end on that, were the elections in Lower Saxony, just very, very recently, where the extremist, or yeah, I think they can be called extremists, like the AFG, the right-wing party, and to some extent, they did go up, but they didn't skyrocket or anything. So I think people are still very much on board with the government approach to all of this. But I also think that the government needs to do some explaining beyond the emotional idea that we need to support Ukraine, which we of course do, but I don't think that that's going to be sort of a foundation enough for the strategic culture change in the Zeitenwende.
Okay, we started off with in the first panel with looking at the Russia NATO, how the outer surroundings, the threat picture. We've been looking now at how some of the main capitals look at our part of Europe and security. In the next panel, we will look at how we look at ourselves from Sweden, Finland, and Norwegian perspectives. That's in half an hour, but before that, we're going to have about a little lunch break. So please stay tuned for that. But let's all give a hand to our panel, shall we? Thank you.
So lunch is served in the back. Help yourselves, and we'll start again in 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the program again in 2 minutes. So please take your seats.
Everyone, I hope you had a good lunch. We are halfway through the military power seminar. My name is Øyvind Svendsen. I'm a senior researcher at NUPI and I will be moderating this session. And as you are maybe starting to understand, we have tried to build this seminar with a bit of a red thread. Right? So we started with questions of Russia and developments in Russia, and then we talked about important allies and bigger powers. And now, as Karsten said just before the break, we are back. We are in a home, in our own neighbourhood, because this panel will focus on Norway, Finland and Sweden and the broader Nordic region. So the major development in this area is, of course, we have to mention that immediately about the institutional architecture of Nordic security and defence policies as well. We have 2 countries that have applied for NATO membership and are, as we've also heard, very close to having those membership applications ratified. There is political debate about whether that will happen or not. But as Stian Jensen said earlier this morning, 28 out of 30 countries have already ratified their accession bids. So I would say the discussions in all countries now are more about how things will develop when these countries join NATO, rather than if they will. But historically, or I should say during the Cold War, actually, the Nordic region was based on a geopolitical balance, where Norway and Denmark were members of NATO, Sweden was an armed but neutral state, and Finland was a neutral state with a friendship agreement with the Soviet Union. Now, that balance was assumed to be complementary and to be serving the interests of all Nordic states. And that balance is dead. But in fact, the increasing cooperation that we see now, of course, exemplified very much with the Finnish and Swedish bids to join NATO, definitely kicked off already in 2014 when this war actually started. And a NUPI report from January this year, in which myself and Kristin here was among the authors, we studied perceptions of foreign and security policy in the Nordic countries, and we found a convergence across a range of areas that has been going on for quite some time, both in terms of the perceptions of security threats, views on international partnerships, which the previous panel talked about a lot, and on Nordic cooperation even. So where are we now? Well, currently, to mention something, The ambition among the Nordic countries is to cooperate more in security and promote resilience in the region. The Nordic countries agree on that. To strengthen NATO together, to exercise even more together, to pursue synergies and interoperability, and to cooperate on what we here up north call total defense. So these are the themes that we'll touch upon in this session. And after having talked a little bit about these different countries and how taking stock in these three Nordic countries as well. And we have a stellar panel to do that. To present the analysis of Norwegian views on Nordic security, we have Kristin Haugevik. And Kristin is a senior research fellow at NUPI and an expert on international diplomacy, interstate cooperation and friendship, with a geographical focus on the Euro-Atlantic region and the foreign policies of Britain and the Nordic states. Second, the voice from Stockholm is Caroline Holmqvist, who is a senior lecturer in war studies at the Swedish Defense University. Her research is centered on critical thought related to war and violence. And among other things, she has written 3 books, including Policing Wars, about the US-led interventions in Iraq and Afghanistan. And finally, from Helsinki, Minna Olander is a research fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, where she studies Northern European security, German foreign and security policy, as well as Finnish foreign policy. And I should say, if you are on Twitter, you may have come across many of Minna's analysis over the last months, as she has actually become one of the prominent analysts on current affairs related to the war in Ukraine and European responses to it, I would say. So it's a pleasure having all of you here. As in the previous panels, we will have a discussion where you get to present your views on the different capitals' policies and paint the picture or fill the canvas however you'd like to fill it. And then, of course, we would like to interact with the audience. So I will start glancing upon you in due time and invite you to ask questions. And when we do that, please tell us who you are and be brief in your question. And also, actually, if you're watching this on stream, which I know quite a few people are, you can ask questions also in the chat function on the stream. But I would like to start with you then, Kristin. We are in Norway, so it's maybe not very nice to our guests, but still, let's begin with you. How does your analysis, or should I, maybe the hot takes on the Norwegian government's approach to Nordic security cooperation, how does it look from your position now?
Okay, so thank you, Øyvind, and thank you to everyone who has come here today to listen to this panel. I think it's really great that we managed to do it in this way, to start with the broader perspective and then zoom in on the Nordic countries, because there's quite a lot of interesting things happening in the region at the moment. So when it comes to Norway's approach to Nordic security cooperation, I thought I would make 3 points here at the beginning. So my first point is going to be that Norway is a committed Nordist. The second point is that Norway is an even more committed Atlanticist. And the third is that Norway is also a pragmatic flexilateralist. And I'll explain what I mean by those 3 things. And let me start with the first, with the committed Nordist, because I would say that Norway has a self-identity as a driver of Nordic cooperation. Perhaps together with Finland. Minna can supplement me on that, and perhaps together with Sweden too. Caroline can supplement me on that. But as many here in the audience will know, back in 2008, the Nordic foreign ministers asked former Norwegian foreign minister Thorvald Stoltenberg to write a report discussing possibilities for Nordic foreign and security cooperation. And Stoltenberg was asked to think outside the box, to engage in what they called blue sky thinking, in terms of seeing possibilities in which the Nordic cooperation might develop in. And the Stoltenberg report came up with 13 very concrete suggestions as to how Nordic foreign and security cooperation could further be strengthened. And many of these initiatives were already underway. Some took place afterwards, and some never materialized in the first place, in the end. But I'd say the report's most important function was probably that it helped spark a debate in the Nordic region, and I think especially in Norway, in terms of what Nordic security and defense cooperation could be. So sort of open up the box of possibilities. And I think it gave Norway ownership, in a sense, to the Nordic agenda. And we've seen it later as well with the Nordefco presidency, that Norway has been pushing the Nordefco Vision 2025. And I think it's sort of a symptom of the same self-identity. So the Norwegian commitment to Nordic cooperation is not new, but I would say that over the last couple of years, we've seen a real upswing in the political interest in Nordic security and defense cooperation. And as one inside observer half-jokingly observed, if you just add Nordic to any security and defense initiative, then everyone will be for it. And the Nordic region, I think, for Norway could be seen as somewhat of an inner concentric circle. The Nordic neighbourhood means a lot. It's the first line of defense. The Nordics stick together. They can count on each other when threats loom. And there's a community of practice in the sense that there is kinship in thinking, shared ways of doing things, which make the Nordics closer. Although, of course, as I would add in parentheses, the pandemic showed that the Nordics too are not unfamiliar with internal friction. Okay, so the second point is that Norway is an even more committed Atlanticist. So for Norway, it has always been very clear that NATO comes first. So NATO is, as it's often put, the cornerstone of Norwegian defense, and the United States ranks on top of the hierarchy of bilateral partners. And as historian Rolf Tamnes has put it, Norway's relationship with the United States during the Cold War was framed as an alliance within the alliance. And even under Donald Trump, the message was that Norway-US defense ties were strengthened. So this point that we heard earlier today about the rhetoric not meaning as much, because it was the practical commitment to the defense of Norway that was really of the essence. I'd say Norwegian defense policy, I mean, we have some debate in Norway, but it isn't a lot. There's quite a bit of consensus around the fact that I was just mentioning, that NATO is the cornerstone of Norwegian defense. And whatever small political resistance there has been to NATO membership, it's practically non-existent, I would say, in the public debate after Russia invaded Ukraine. A few days ago, a program committee at the Norwegian Socialist Left Party, which was historically founded on its opposition to NATO membership, it suggested that SV will no longer be working for a Norwegian exit from NATO. Instead, they will focusing on NATO not establishing bases in foreign countries and not having nuclear weapons as part of its strategy. So in all these perspectives, I'd say Nordic security and defense cooperation, it's important, but it's traditionally been seen either in prolongation of or in supplement to NATO, or in areas where NATO would not play a direct role. So that's sort of the parameters. Finnish and Swedish NATO membership, of course, will make this balancing act much less problematic, because you could basically put Nordic in front of most things and it would be inside and compatible with the NATO framework. So I think cooperation in NATO at the moment is really presented as something that's almost all good. And there are very few problems or very few attempts to problematize that, although I have seen some debates focusing on the danger of the Nordics operating as a bloc inside NATO, because that could over time undermine NATO's purpose. And my final point is that Norway, as I was saying, is also a pragmatic flexilateralist. And Ruth Harris was talking earlier today about the Joint Expeditionary Force. There's the Northern Group, which is also a forum that keeps popping up in Norwegian defense circles. There's Nordefco, which we have talked about and we'll talk about more. And there's NATO, and there's also the initiatives under the European security and defense architecture. And I think actually also in all the Nordic countries, we see a trend where the Nordic countries, they want to opt in. So they want to have the possibility of participating in the array of different possible structures, and often centering on this magic notion of like-mindedness, which tends to be very central in many of these fora. And so there's a sense, I think, of the mission determining the coalition, or at least determining the forum where things are being discussed, and also that one can choose the framework which is possible and available in a given situation. So that would be my 3 introductory points, I think.
Let me pick up on the trend of asking about the future. So there is a discourse in Norway that, well, everyone in Europe has reconsidered their security and defense policy, except for Norway, right? We're not doing much. But for the people that look at Oslo, what's the next move? What's Oslo going to do in this area in the coming years? What would be your assessment?
So first, I think it's absolutely right that Norway is not the place at the moment where we see the major debates. It's pretty much business as usual, although there are some tiny adjustments. As I was just mentioning, the very small opposition that there has been politically towards NATO membership, sort of now being more back on the majority position, or more in line with the majority position. But if I was an outsider watching Norwegian security and defense policy, I think I would probably be on the lookout for four things. So the first is sort of Norway's strategic role, and it's already out there in the international media, and many eyes are on Norway in that sense. So Norway is not the Nordic country that has changed the most during this process. Finland and Sweden's policy changes have, of course, for natural reasons, received far more attention. But I think Norway is and will become very important in the longer run, both if we consider, Norway's geographical position with the land border to Russia, the position facing the Atlantic Sea, but also Norway's role, of course, as an energy producer and one of the world's largest exporters of oil and natural gas. So I think that's sort of an obvious area where Norway will be important in the coming weeks and months and years. Then there's, and other speakers have touched upon that in panels, the question of Norway's future relations with Russia, because Norway always had a position where Russia was not only the other, but it was also the neighbor, right? So that there had been two images of Russia in Norwegian public debates. And there has been two tracks. It's been deterrence and reassurance, which we are going to talk about much more later today. But where sort of the role as NATO's eyes and ears in the north have been combined with this idea of dialogue and good neighborly relations being possible. So that two-track approach has been sort of in the Norwegian tradition. But at the moment, it's hard to find voices, I'd say, in the Norwegian debate, which would call for dialogue. It's become very, very difficult, and processes are paused. But I think Barbara's point also about, of course, the question of how to manage amicable relations in the longer run. I think that's a question that's going to force its way onto the agenda, really, how to sort of, manage that relationship. A third question, I think, is intra-Nordic dynamics. So we talk a lot about the harmony and, all the good things about Nordic cooperation. One could imagine, I suppose, that there will also be times where the Nordics would want to have their voices heard, for example, in Washington, and then there could be a bit of a friendly or sibling rivalry and competition. There's also possible to imagine, I think, that we get circles within the concentric circle. We already have the very strong bilateral Swedish and Finnish defense cooperation, and I think we might see that within the Nordic circle as well, without it necessarily being a problem. But we might see some nuances in terms of what Nordic cooperation means in practice. It could mean sometimes 2 states, sometimes 3 states, and sometimes all 5. And then finally, as an observer of Norwegian foreign and security policy, I would, I think, be on the lookout for whether Norway continues to strengthen the Atlantic link, or whether we will see a shift in the defense areas also towards Germany. Because given the uncertainty that has been, especially politically in terms of the next US election, and also the past experiences with Donald Trump's presidency, I think we might see an orientation towards Germany now that Germany is prepared more to step up in terms of the security and defense game. So those 4 points, I think I would leave here for now.
So prepare for the Norwegian Zeitenwende to Germany.
At least in combination with the Atlantic turn that is very strong at the moment.
Thank you very much, Kristin. Let's move on to our Swedish guest, Carolina. What is your sort of analysis of Stockholm's view on security and defense in Northern Europe these days?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And it's great to be here. I'd like to just express my appreciation to the organizers for this event. As I was thinking about what kind of contribution I could make, I'm an academic who studies the phenomenon of war and tries to ask questions about the way in which war is studied, what studying war means, and how studying war helps us understand the wider world. So I'm convinced then that we can understand a great deal about societies and their relationship with the phenomenon of war via attention to their values, their norms, their sense of self and identity, their views on power, social and political change, including on the global level, and here included their hypocrisies and sometimes self-deception. So what is the Swedish approach to security and war at the moment? In Ukraine, of course, even though Sweden is not at war, it's thinking more actively about war than it usually does. And I have two interrelated points that I'd like to make. The first one is that realist thinking is back. Whether or not the war in Ukraine was something that was a shock, it was on some accounts, but we also had the return of very kind of classical realist takes on international relations. The return of figures like John Mearsheimer on the public scene, an old school realist, who had been for some time much dismissed in the academic literature, argued that this was inevitable. He was critiqued for being a Putin apologist, of course, and he's now moved to arguing that each side has maximalist aims such that it is very difficult to prevent a further confrontation between US and Russia, i.e. both the US and Russia has stated aims that make it difficult to back down. So US is, of course, has its unwavering support for Ukraine, but it has also made expressions to the effect that it wants to weaken Russia to the point where this kind of war could not happen, which raises the stakes a little bit. So realism is back, and what does it mean for Sweden and Swedish views on security and defense? I argued that this is the light in which we should see Sweden's NATO application and seeking of NATO membership. There was actually very little real debate in Sweden. It was a very, very short process. And I think it's fair to say that there's some lags and lacks in understanding, especially as regards the role of nuclear weapons in what is often called the third nuclear age, where, of course, the first one was the one during the Cold War. The second, the post-9/11 fear of rogue states and terrorists acquiring nuclear weapons. We're now in the third age, where, of course, there's much more to do with the cyber realm, where stealth and less time to make decisions and heightened odds as regards accidents. So this integration of AI weapons in nuclear weapons systems is something that particularly is little discussed and poorly understood in Sweden. So this is important because with this kind of wave of realism, it's acquired a very strong momentum of its own in Swedish debate. And this takes me to the second point, and that is that Sweden has, in realist terms, basically almost for the first time, it has interests. It wants things. And this is, of course, in distinction to a very strong emphasis on value-based, on international solidarity, on Cold War non-alignment, of course, close to the US, but nonetheless. Liberal internationalism in the post-Cold War era, strong on the United Nations, role as mediator, feminist foreign policy. All of this has kind of receded into the background. And we see this most clearly in Sweden's negotiations with Turkey, where, of course, Sweden wants things, and Sweden is prepared to put some of its values up for discussion in a way that just simply hasn't kind of occurred in this kind of overt way. So I think that's my general take on Sweden's approach to war and security at the moment. Yeah.
So then you're describing quite a big shift. Realism is back in Sweden, and Sweden has interests. So then also to you, I would like to ask you how what kind of Sweden will that mean that we will see in the future?
In the future, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a fortuitous date to discuss this or not, depending on how you see things, but its new government is being announced in Sweden, was announced this morning with a new prime minister, Ulf Kristersson, and his ministers. And of course, so we've got new Minister of Defense, Paul Johnson, and we've got a new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Tobias Billström. And all in all, we have a new government, and it's going to have implications for a lot of things, including foreign and security policy. It's a conservative government with very, very strong support from the nationalist, far right Sweden Democrats, and I don't know how familiar people are with the setup, but basically it's a minority government that has, an established cooperation with the Swedish Democrat to give them a majority of votes in Parliament. The initial signs are, of course, that Sweden will stay to the same path, that it will follow through, of course, on its NATO membership application. Sweden is keeping its chief negotiator in the process, which indicates that the approach to negotiations will stay the same. But we don't quite know how that resolve to stay and stick to its path will be tested by future events. And that might be future events in the Ukraine, it might be future events domestically in Sweden. So I think there is reason to be a little bit, pay some attention to this. And also just to note that there is some, for all the proclamations about staying the course, and especially, of course, there was a heavy emphasis on Ukraine in this morning's speeches. There was nothing about the United Nations, which generally is mentioned in Swedish foreign and security policy. There was more about weapons trade with the US, advanced weapon systems, and so on. But for all of that, which sounds like it's sticking to this new realist kind of course and plan, there is, I think, some volatility in the situation. This group of parties collaborating in Parliament is a kind of a sticky group. It looks now as if their partnership is, it's being made out to be very strong. But we shouldn't forget that the leader of the Sweden Democrats, Jimmy Åkesson, only a few months before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, when asked whether he was a bigger fan of Putin or Biden, couldn't answer the question. And has had a very kind of affinity within that party for nationalist authoritarian leaders elsewhere in Europe, in Hungary with Orban, or relations with Marine Le Pen in France, and so on. So I think this is kind of for however much the Prime Minister, of course, needs to kind of paper over this, and I think it's just worth keeping an eye on that this coalition could also be swayed, and that there is some volatility in that situation. The second point I want to make about the future, and this goes back to kind of my role as an academic and what my interest is in the study of war. There's a big philosophical tradition that asks whether war has an essence, whether war as a phenomenon can be studied as something discrete, something other than just the continuation of politics by other means. And this goes back to thinkers like Hegel and Bergson. And when these thinkers ask questions about war's essence, they focus on the clash and confrontation that always happens in war. This is something that has been written out of a lot of the understandings of war in the post-Cold War age. So, of course, a lot of the large-scale military interventions to which Sweden, of course, contributed in Afghanistan were defined as order-creating enterprises, where it was not about a clash of force, but about creating order in a disorderly kind of context and hunting down criminals and so on. But when we think about war's essence and this clash, it's very clear that war has both destructive and generative potential. And it's very easy to see the destructive once, and we see it, obviously in Ukraine with the tragic loss of lives, the enormous material damage. So war's destructiveness is always apparent to us. But I think if we are to ask questions about the future, and that includes Sweden's role and Sweden's outlook on the world, we need also to ask what is being generated in this war. What are the generative elements? What might a post-war Ukraine look like, and how will security politics look in Europe post-war? And I think this ties into, and perhaps we'll come back to it in the discussion, is about how to read, the international scene and read international politics. Are we, as was mentioned in one of the earlier panels, the role of the idea of a rules-based international order? There was a lot of talk, in the 1990s of an idea of a new international order, and there was a famous retort to that, saying that this was not the new world that we ordered. This was something different, and again, I think we're heading into something quite different now. Okay, so I'll stop there.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Finland, a country that I think realism isn't back, because realism has been there in their security policies. But what's your take on the recent developments in Helsinki?
Well, there's certainly, in a way, there's both continuity and change. For example, the NATO membership of Finland, it seemed as if it came completely out of the blue. And a lot of international observers were deeply confused, like how it happened so fast, and especially about the dramatic change in the public opinion basically overnight. However, Finland had been consistently working towards this highest possible interoperability with NATO, just below the threshold of membership for decades, actually since the 90s already. So that is kind of like the NATO membership presents kind of this element of both continuity and change. So it is a big change, especially for Finland's strategic culture and of course for the wider region. But on the other hand, it was preceded by a lot of continuous effort to get us there. And when talking about Finnish threat perception, you cannot omit Russia, because Russia is and has always been the threat to Finland. Actually, 2007, our then defense minister Jyri Häkämies said that given our geopolitical location, Finland has three main security challenges, and those are Russia, Russia, and Russia. And that was very controversially debated back then, because a part of Finland's approach to Russia, in a similar vein as in Norway, was this kind of keeping up the deterrence of a very strong own national defense, while also kind of attempting to maintain as good as possible neighborly relations, in order to also just pragmatically avoid any costly tensions at the very long border. We have that infamous 1,340 kilometers border with Russia. And so 2007, it was still kind of controversial to be so open about Russia as a security threat. However, this year there has been a very, very remarkable change in the rhetoric, in the official rhetoric of Finland's political leadership. It has become much more open and outspoken about the threat that Russia poses. For example, this year in August, our current foreign minister, Pekka Haavisto, said that he actually doubled down on Häkämies from 2007, and he mentioned that Russia is a five-fold security threat. So 5 times Russia was his analysis of Finland's security threats, and so that was that went up from 3 to 5. And what he specifically mentioned were, first of all, Russia's increased willingness to take risks. Second of all, Russia's ability to amass even 100,000 troops at the border of its neighbor without a mobilization, and to put pressure on its neighbors by those means. Then, of course, all the loose speech about or talk of nuclear and chemical weapons and their potential use. Also, the war crimes and atrocities that have become apparent in Ukraine that Russia has committed. And then the fifth point is maybe the most important in terms of Finnish psychology in a way, the demand that NATO should not accept any new members. And that was kind of like a major mistake that Putin made at the end of last year. And Niinistö, our President Niinistö, addressed that in this famous New Year's speech, saying that it is essential that Finland defines itself whether or not it wants to join alliances, and that is like off the table. It's undebatable that we have the sovereign right. And I think that is very indicative of all the ways that Russia gets its neighbors wrong, because in Finland it's very typical to have this like anti-reaction when the Kremlin starts trying to forbid us things. So Finland was quite happy to stay outside of NATO until Putin said, you cannot join. And then the idea started to really gain traction, maybe we should. And this is always the way, kind of. It's quite remarkable what's going on in Finland right now, especially in its relations with Russia, because Finland was always a very good neighbor to Russia. We had like invested heavily into cooperation and into this kind of try to induce a win-win logic and all that. But in a way, it was kind of like a dual approach. Like on the one hand, like in reality, having absolutely no illusions what type of a neighbor we have in the East. On the other hand, not really openly addressing it, but like trying to maintain this also very cautious and positive rhetoric. And what has definitely changed this year is that Finland now kind of like preaches what it practices, because we have always had this very high national defense capability, for example, and it has always been geared towards a threat that would come from Russia. And Finnish defense planning and the capabilities have been completely geared to whatever kind of attack is likely to come from Russia. If you look at, for example, Ukraine, Ukraine was struggling with this very heavy Russian kind of random artillery fire over the summer, and the front line is like over, or was, luckily not anymore, but was over 1,000 kilometers long. So then you look at Finland, we have this very long border, 1,300 kilometers of border, and we have one of the strongest artilleries in Europe. So that's no coincidence. It all kind of makes sense. And much of the Finnish like strategic analysis on which the defense planning has been based in the past decades has been completely kind of confirmed in what we see in Ukraine, what we see Russia doing in Ukraine. However, there has been some surprise at the, let's say, meager success of Russian forces. So there's this fundamental shift of kind of realistically understanding that right now, like the good relations are completely over. Russia completely crossed a very definitive red line for Finland with this full-scale invasion. In a way, it was not really a surprise because this development had been observed very closely for a long time. Already in the 2016 government report on foreign and security policy, there was this very bleak conclusion that military aggression against Finland cannot be ruled out. And of course, it's clear that that would come from Russia. Norway, Sweden, or Estonia are very unlikely to attack Finland. So that is kind of like the fundamental change that has happened this year in Finland. The assessment is right now that there is currently, and also in the near future, there is simply no basis for really constructive relations with Russia. And the shift has been definitely like from this emphasis on good relations to even like the strongest possible deterrence, which of course the NATO membership is about.
But in addition to the NATO membership, in sort of looking at observing Helsinki from abroad, what should we expect? What kind of security and defense actor are we looking at in the future?
I think that Finland will remain very consistent. We have the advantage, of course, of having gotten many things right about Russia. So no like really fundamental shifts or changes are needed in terms of capabilities and all that. Of course, like the NATO membership will change many things. And I think that the biggest challenge for Finland is like not so much on the military operational side, because that is pretty easy. there has been so much work that has been put like consistently, and especially since 2014. I think already with the annexation of Crimea, it became kind of clear that the question of Finland's membership in NATO is only just a question of time. And then this process really intensified of like getting closer, ever closer to NATO. And so what is the bigger challenge is actually this like change in mentality and strategic culture, going from this so-called spirit of the Winter War. Winter War was the last time that Russia, in the form of Soviet Union, attacked us in 1939 to 40. Like this experience, very similar experience as Ukraine's today, that we were up against this mighty aggressor alone and only received some very limited help. And there were some like a significant number of Swedish and Norwegian volunteers who came to fight alongside Finland, but that was it. And so there's this very deeply ingrained sense of we are alone here next to Russia, and we have to be able to fend for ourselves, and we can't expect any help. And it's quite a big change to going from that into like thinking in this like all for one collective defense mindset. So that will be quite the change.
Thank you very much. Kristin, you talked a little bit about sort of this, and we've been doing research together on the Nordic region. It's always sort of, we sometimes get frustrated because there's so many positive words about Nordic cooperation, and everything is great in the Nordics. But then you alluded to some potential problems, and there are tensions, and now Sweden and Finland will not join NATO. Can you maybe say a little bit more about what are the limitations to Nordic cooperation? I'm sorry to be problematizing too much here, right? Because we're among friends here, but let's do it anyways. Both politically, but also in terms of if you have some points on operationally, sort of in potential incompatibilities, or anything along those lines that really, if the Nordic region wants to integrate even further, as they have stated that they all want, all the countries, including Denmark and Iceland, we didn't have space for at the panel. What would those issues that they need to resolve be?
Okay, so first of all, you're absolutely right. I mean, in the work we've been doing with Nordic Security and Defence Cooperation, it's very often when you talk to the Nordic officials in all the capitals, they don't really want to talk about any challenges because it's working very well, and that's the dominant story that we are getting. But obviously, there's a relatively big research literature on the Nordic Security and Defence Cooperation. So let me just highlight a few things that have been sort of highlighted in the past. And one is not really, I think that's something that's shared by the Nordic countries, is that I said earlier that Norway is a pragmatic flexilateralist, but I think that applies to all the Nordic countries really, that they don't want to cooperate beyond what is necessary. So they're all quite cautious to subside to structures that are not needed. So in a sense, it's all about cooperation to the extent that it is necessary. The second is a number of studies which have looked at sort of the administrative compatibility, and Karsten Friis, my colleague down here on the first row, is one of the people who have been doing research on that to see, because we often talk about the Nordics as so similar and so compatible, but obviously there are differences, and sometimes these differences come to expression and can make it more difficult to coordinate than perhaps we would expect. There's the question of the defense industry, which I feel is sometimes the elephant in the room when we start talking about the Nordic Security and Defense Cooperation, and then the defense industry is mentioned, and then it gets a bit quiet in the room. There's the question of rivalry, which I already mentioned. There could be some cases where the Nordics see themselves as better equipped going it alone than going together with the other Nordics. Of course, often we emphasize the occasions where they go together, for example, when they met Obama together back in, was it 2010, where they all went to Washington, and it was emphasized that this was something that could be done much more because it showed that the Nordics together were speaking with a much stronger voice. But obviously there will be times when the individual Nordic countries will feel that it's important to go by themselves in order to raise their voice and get their points through. And then the final question, I think, would be about geography, because the Nordics obviously are located in the same sub-region, but they are located in slightly different spots. And Minna was mentioning the long border to Russia, which obviously makes Finland a special case in the Nordic countries compared to, for example, Denmark, which is located very differently inside the Nordic region, as well as what was mentioned earlier today about Norway, of course, being very concerned with the high north, whereas for Finland and Sweden, there would be more towards the Baltic Sea. So I think, you would have those nuances, and I think all the countries would be interested in trying to make sure that their concerns and their interests are taken care of within the wider Nordic agenda. So I think the solution is likely to be that we try to include everything under the Nordic umbrella, but we may see some internal friction or some internal challenges in trying to do that.
Thank you. Caroline, listening to you, you reminded me with the return of Swedish realism. You remind me of the debate that was surrounding the NATO bid in Sweden in the spring. And of course there was an explicit debate about actually whether joining NATO, taking this step, realizing that realism is back and applying for NATO membership could actually also increase tension, right? So one hand of this increase tensions, right? Because one side of this is, of course, you provide security by being part of the collective defense umbrella that NATO provides. But there was also a debate about does this increase tensions, in fact, in the Nordic region and in Sweden? How is there a debate still going on that, or is that dead? And what is your view on the assessment of that?
Well, maybe the first thing to note is that I don't think it's so much a return of realism in Sweden as in like the first real, expressively kind of realist take. I mean, I agree with your analysis that I think there is something that the tensions and the potential sensitive ground to be tread in terms of Sweden joining NATO has been very little discussed, actually. Even that, that metaphor that we'll use of like the nuclear umbrella and its kind of innocent sounding term is always a way of like foreclosing discussions about what the potential limits of that cooperation may be and how Sweden's position might change, and how Sweden might also, by being a part of a defense alliance, also be, in some respects, more of a target, if you like. So there's this interesting, paradox in the rationale around Swedish accession to NATO is that Sweden is so much a target that it has to join NATO, but at the same time it's putting, a new kind of spotlight on Sweden by taking that stance. And this materialized mainly in terms of being a discussion about the accession period. Saying that this was all going to be great. It was just that this interval period was going to be very sensitive and very difficult. I think that was always a bit exaggerated. I think the question was not just about that short period, but about the bigger question about defense alliances and how the world, how international order and international security is viewed when defense alliances become the primary means of security. And I think, again, just going back to kind of classical thinking around international relations, that has always been the big deficiency in realist thinking, is this ever emphasis on joining forces and defense alliances, because of course if the whole world aligns in different alliances, then you've got a very big surface that for where conflict may arise. I think that has been very little discussed in Sweden. I think this sense of urgency that was in the Swedish debate, I think, yes, of course, partly there was there was the issue of being in step with Finland, and the sense, I think, in the Swedish debate was that Finland was kind of setting the pace and that Sweden had to hurry up so that it would be, and that it owed it to Finland also to be on the same kind of page. But I think the sense of urgency in Sweden, otherwise, beyond standing, hand in hand with Finland, that was another one of those, metaphors that was always there. I think every politician has used that expression, 10 times each, that we need to be hand in hand and we need to be under the this umbrella. It's all very sweet and innocent. But I think the urgency, had a lot to do with Swedish internal politics and the fact that we had, this is an election year. None of the parties were keen, or well, correct me, the Social Democrats were particularly unkeen to have NATO membership be a part of the of the election campaign, because it would split the party and it would, look weakened as a result. When we say that opinion swayed, well, the Sweden Democrats who'd always been against NATO membership just kind of turned. And I think it's fair to say that the general Sweden Democrat voter is not primarily interested in foreign and security policy. They're interested in immigration and domestic politics. So it was very easy for the leadership to kind of just switch their stance. When it came to the Social Democrats, it was trickier. And it's always interesting when you follow foreign and security policy and debates, and you look at the way in which threats are depicted, and the way in which something is comes out at the end of a process to look like the inevitable result. So in Sweden, there was a lot, well, not a lot of emphasis is an understatement. All the emphasis was on this report that was going to be published, setting out the case for or against Sweden seeking NATO membership. And that report, it was part of it was a group with all of the political parties in Parliament represented, and they had closed meetings. And at the end, I think it was the 13th of May, there was a report that was going to be announced, and the Social Democrats maintained that they could absolutely not take a position on the question of NATO membership until that report was published. That report was published on Friday the 13th, and then they had an internal meeting on the Sunday, and then Sweden submitted its application on the Monday, which suggests that it was pretty much a done deal. But by refusing to have a proper open debate about it within the Social Democratic Party, because it's been such a big, it is such a big part of Swedish politics, even if they, aren't at the 45% rate that they were when I was growing up. I think by avoiding that debate, I think there was a great deal lost in terms of proper political debate about the kinds of questions that Sweden would need to think about, both in terms of applying for membership and as a member. So that question that you were asking about, the potential tensions and the potential vulnerabilities of Sweden in joining, not just as a protection from Russian aggression, I think has been severely underanalyzed, and I think it has unfortunately a lot to do with internal politics. Again, when we talk about these processes, it can become, it can sound glib or self-referential to look at the way in which it played out in domestic politics. And of course, there are ways in which you can read this more in line with how Sweden views its place in the world, and this idea that Sweden has some kind of a distinctive voice. And I think this unfortunately shows that when push comes to shove, and it really has to kind of take a position that is quite, has a very binary yes and no situation, then Sweden wasn't so much about its unique role in the world. That seems to be a luxury of a different kind of period, especially the liberal internationalism that we've seen after the end of the Cold War and so on. And that in fact, the debate, as I said, there was very little real debate. There was a lot of silent agreement, primarily between the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition at the time, and again hidden behind this idea that the Social Democrats and the Prime Minister thereby could not take a position until the report was published, which, what's a report? I mean, it's, we've all read reports that analyze the world that we have, that can seem, thin or theoretically not as informed as they might have been and so on. So unfortunately, I think it's a little bit of cowardness in the lack of frank debate in Sweden about this issue. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very ready to start taking questions, and we are very eager to hear your questions. I just want to raise one more thing, Minna, for you before we turn up, which I think is interesting for Norway, who's a little bit different in some respects. We talked about we didn't have a site and vendor here. We didn't do much. We didn't change any of our cooperation structures. Finland is going into NATO. What about EU security and defense? So one thing is, will Finland... So there are, of course, these are complementary structures. You can be in both. That's very important. EU-NATO cooperation is doing very well, I would say, at the moment, in terms of there is not as much friction as there has been. But then how... Is there a discussion or any strategic thinking in Finland about how to sort of balance being in one position where EU cooperation is our most important military cooperation to rejoining NATO, but still want to be a strong voice in EU defense cooperation?
The Finnish story of EU security and defense cooperation is actually a very interesting one, because it started with Finland quite substantially contributing into watering down the Article 42.7, which was supposed to be kind of like a security guarantee, part of the Lisbon Treaty. And then, however, so how Finland watered it down was that Finland and some others, some other non-aligned, military non-aligned countries wanted to emphasize the special, status of certain member states, which kind of made it sound like it's possibly anything or nothing. And then Finland went on to actually discovering this, maybe this could be something we can work with, because we don't want to join NATO, but maybe this could become something. And then Finland went did kind of a U-turn and tried to really make EU security guarantee happen. But there was no real political will and agreement on it, because most EU countries are also NATO members and already organized their defense through NATO. So there was kind of not really that much need for it. And then the final conclusion with this NATO membership was kind of well, okay, we give this up, and this is not going anywhere. It's not serious enough. It's not really, it doesn't have at all the same deterrence function as Article 5. By the way, that Swedish report you mentioned was quite crushing in the assessment of that security, EU security guarantee as well. It basically said that it's good for nothing because there's no political consensus on it. So I think that the Finnish and Swedish decision to join NATO is was kind of a hard hit for EU's security and defense policy. So let's see how that develops. Of course, it can be. I think that there must be some ways found to how to make that complementary. Whether the EU might maybe focus more on crisis management now that NATO is kind of going back to the roots, to collective defense, Article 5. So that could be maybe an idea. But I don't think that Finland really has any very firm position on it yet, because also the NATO policy of Finland is kind of still in the air and is being developed as we speak, kind of. So it's a good question for some future talks, I think.
Wonderful. We have 20 minutes left, and so I'm turning to the audience. We can start on the right side. We have a few hands, actually. We have one over there.
My name is Vincent Boy. I'm vice chair for the Republicans abroad here. And it's already been established that the Americans are the backbone of NATO, and that the Northern Alliance, as the three countries here have been, and 3 countries in Denmark and Iceland, have always been in discussions about how they're going to be some sort of vanguard of the North for NATO. But it appears, even at this late date, that that's not really going to happen, and that if it wasn't for the backbone of the United States being a guarantor of that there is something to defend, or there'll be some help to come from the Northern Alliance, it doesn't appear that you guys are all that serious about a Northern Alliance or maybe that you don't trust each other. As the Americans put up the money and the soldiers for this, how do you reconcile that?
May I react to that?
Yes, if you may.
In fact, there's a lot of very substantial cooperation, defense cooperation, especially between our three countries, like Finland, Sweden, and Norway. For example, in Lapland, the air forces of the three countries exercise on almost weekly basis. It's basically almost an integrated Nordic air force of 200 aircraft. So it's not that there's nothing. There's definitely a substantial amount of cooperation and a lot of structures, and that makes it also so interesting from a NATO perspective when Finland and Sweden join as this kind of package deal, and they bring along a lot of this like very deep and very comprehensive bilateral and defense cooperation structures. For example, in the navies have a lot of even like joint units. And very tight cooperation in that field, in the Baltic Sea, and as I mentioned up north, all this cooperation between the air forces. It would be very easy to institutionalize it in some form of like joint command structure, which of course will be a question for NATO. And of course, that is the potential that is here, that the Nordic countries especially, the three that are kind of like right there. Of course, like Denmark has been a bit different with the even stronger Atlanticist approach, and Iceland is a bit further away and also has no army. So I would say that, and also from a Finnish perspective, Finland, Sweden, and Norway really do constitute the core of NORDEFCO as well. So there's a lot of potential, and I think it's like more of a question of like political will. Like, if we want to go for the highest ambition level, then the Nordic and also in cooperation with the Baltic countries can definitely establish, kind of change the geography of deterrence in this region. We can establish structures here that enable us to actually defend ourselves, at least until the US arrives. And that is, I'm sure, very welcome. So I would not say that there's nothing, and also, for example, Finland already fulfills the 2% defense spending goal of NATO. Sweden is hurrying up to get there as soon as possible. But of course, like I'm from the Nordics, so of course I'm very enthusiastic about all this. So I may have a too rosy view, but I do think that there's a lot of potential. It's just a question of maybe this kind of balance between regionalism and like collective defense of the whole alliance. And that's something that needs to be kind of like also figured out in this region. Like how much, like do we want to become a Nordic bloc, or should that be avoided? Is it good for NATO? Is it bad for NATO? Is it good for us? Is it bad for us? So those are kind of like the questions, because of course everyone still here has a very essential interest in keeping the UK and the US as engaged as possible here. So it's kind of like this fine line of showing that we can do stuff on our own, but still like keeping them engaged. And I think it's going pretty well. For example, in Finland, there were like American soldiers for a 2 months long exercise period. UK troops have been present in many. There's, for example, this very interesting exercise, Finnish, Swedish, on very short notice. It was planned with like a couple of days in advance. Normally, the planning of this type of exercise would take at least months. So it was planned on very short notice. Very lovely name, Vigilant Knife. Loved that one. And it was basically, the idea was to test the interoperability between Finland and Sweden, and how fast like Finnish forces can receive Swedish troops in northern Finland. And so I think it was something like 800 Swedish troops came to Finland, and also the Archer artillery system, and they exercised there like under Finnish command. And the UK, there were like 80 UK troops playing kind of like the enemy, and that went very well. That was in September, and the results were excellent. So it worked pretty seamlessly. So I think there's a lot of promising potential.
Yeah, I could just add to that. I think it's pretty clear that the United States has been and probably will continue to bear the largest burden inside NATO. I think that's kind of like what the size amounts to and the capabilities in place. But at the same time, the signals that we see throughout Northern Europe, I think, is a very huge change in terms of the willingness to spend money on the defense budget, but also to step up in terms of operational capacities. So I think there is a change, but I think there is also this balance that Minna is talking about. I think that one does not want to be completely independent, because the idea of the alliance is basically that you keep the 30 or 32 on board.
I saw a hand somewhere in the back there, yes?
Yes, thank you. My name is Marianne Rydvold. I work at NUPI and also Høgskolen Innlandet.
Sorry, I can't hear you here.
Okay, can you hear me now? Marianne Rydvold from NUPI and Høgskolen Innlandet. So I wanted to follow up on Øyvind's last question, actually, about the EU. We talk a lot about NATO, which is perhaps not very surprising since it's a territorial war and we have the dependence of the US, etc. But it seems like also the EU is playing an or a stronger role in European defense, in particular since we have so complex security threats. So I was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit on how Sweden and Finland will balance its role in NATO and the EU, and how you see the role of the EU in the future security architecture in Europe. So I guess it goes for all of you. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, Øyvind, could you repeat, because I couldn't quite make out?
Yes,
Sweden and Finland balance
the question was about how Sweden and Finland will balance the NATO membership with EU,
okay.
with this EU membership, and how the EU will develop in the future. In
how the EU will develop.
Yes.
Okay.
If I heard you correctly, it's actually the speakers are not pointing in our direction, so that's why we're not hearing.
And how Finland and Sweden will balance the complexity of the two security organizations and the security architecture as a whole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a new thought for Sweden to even think in those terms, because the question of NATO membership has been so far from the political agenda. So I think this goes to a general point about Sweden and multilateralism, where Sweden, again, has been very kind of ideas-oriented, values, norms-oriented in terms of its multilateral relationships. And the EU, the early iterations of the EU foreign and security policy were very much in line with this. Also discussions during the first 2 decades of the 2000s were very much along these lines of democracy promotion globally, and creating alliances to respond to the terrorist threat, rather than to think of it in terms of interstate rivalry and interstate aggression. So I think it needs a shifting of perspective in the Swedish debate, and to kind of wrap our heads around what it means to think in terms of NATO collaboration, which is a whole different thing. I mean, for a while, and when Sweden sent troops to Afghanistan, under NATO flag, it was very much about the democracy promotion values out of area operations that Sweden was interested in this kind of collaboration. Again, it's a different thing, and also I was saying initially about how reference to values and norms and all of this stuff also papers over some very harsh realities. And one indication of that was when the first Swedish soldier died in Afghanistan, and the papers were full of shock. How could this be? How could Sweden was in Afghanistan to help girls go to school and build wells, and was not at war. And albeit that has been somewhat more realistically discussed, in the later phases of Afghanistan and with Swedish intervention in Mali and so on. But still, it's going to be a big shift for Sweden to start thinking in NATO terms, and especially with the kind of security landscape that we're now seeing, which, again, it's interesting. You go around conferences and you listen to people talk about these kind of big structural things around the global sphere and global politics and international relations and so on. And it strikes me that there is going to be a lot of kind of formulation and re-articulation of theoretical assessments of what international politics is. So, realism was very much tied to the Cold War. We then had the War on Terror and all of that, attendant debates, to start to rethink in terms of, in Cold War terms, which is very much the way in which the debate takes place, where we don't really need to kind of dig any deeper than to say that, Russia is a threat, and, what's the world going to be like once, once we're in this new situation. And as everybody's been emphasizing also throughout the panels today, is that this is likely to be a long war. And it's very difficult to kind of properly imagine what a post-war situation could be like. And I think rethinking priorities in terms of NATO vis-a-vis other multilateral commitments that Sweden has is going to take a lot of perspective shifting. I certainly don't think Sweden is there yet.
From a Finnish perspective, I think it's kind of interesting because here, Finland and Sweden, what comes to security and defense policy, Finland and Sweden are actually, it's this kind of classic case of same but different. And in this case, they are very different. In fact, especially what comes to the foreign policy identity, Sweden, because it used to be a big regional power, has more of this maybe idea that it can lead and all this this what's it called, moral superpower and all these ideas. And Finland has always been much more pragmatic about security. Actually, Finland also joined the EU for security reasons, which is kind of maybe more in alignment with also the later Eastern enlargement, and that is something that the EU has definitely struggled with since the Eastern enlargement, that most of these countries joined the EU. Of course, there was this whole idea of returning to Europe, becoming one big family again and all that, but there was also this demarcation to this division and to Russia in a sense. And that is also why Russia has, one could argue, actually opposed EU enlargement more than any that NATO enlargement would have been a real issue ever, and why Russia was so opposed to Ukraine deciding to choose the path of European integration. And Ukraine's place in the future European security architecture and in general Ukraine's European integration path will be a very big and fundamental question that will define a lot about the relationship between EU and NATO and all that. And I think that right now in Finland there's this idea that Finnish and Swedish NATO membership helps strengthen the European pillar of NATO and also EU as a security. It's really hard to talk about the EU as a security actor because it isn't really, and that has been kind of the problem with many initiatives such as the Eastern Partnership, and so that is maybe how it's seen right now. But how exactly that relationship will play out in the future will really depend a lot on the question of what happens with Ukraine, how fast will Ukraine be integrated into EU. How that will change the EU also from within and all that. And that is also kind of the Finnish view right now, that so much depends on how this war plays out in Ukraine. Finnish security in the near future and distant future as well depends essentially on how this plays out, and that's why it's so essential, and that has been very clearly stated also by Finland's state leadership, that this war ends when Russia leaves Ukraine, and that's why it's so essential from a Finnish perspective that Russia cannot emerge victorious in any way, that Russia doesn't get away with any Ukrainian territory, and that is really the kind of key question.
We should have time for one more, and actually I tried to point to this woman in the middle here when Marianne got her question, but that's fine because we have time for you now. We just need to get you a microphone. Yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and having this discussion. My name is Benedicte Røvik, and I'm a member of the Norwegian Defence Commission from the Social Liberal Party. And my question regards hybrid threats and how to build resilient civilizations. So security threats below the thresholds in the so-called grey zone have become more and more used and will become more and more used in the future. And the sabotage on the Nord Stream cable has been awakening for many people. Finland is known for their resilient societies and having a national resilience and having the concept of comprehensive security. And Sweden has also today have a new minister for civil defense, so-called the total defense, and have also taken a lot of other measures in countering security threats, such as hybrid threats. So my question goes to what can we learn from each other, and how can the Nordic cooperation play a role in building resilience against hybrid threats? Thank you.
Okay.
How can we build civilian resilience?
What can we learn from each other in the Nordic countries? And this is the final question. So please, you can all respond briefly to this question. And also, if you want to sum up with anything else, please do that. Let's start on the far end here.
Yes, well, this was the only really big announcement of today's Cabinet of Ministers, is that there will be a new minister for civilian defense in Sweden with precisely this objective of addressing grey zone, total defense, hybrid warfare, all of this stuff. And well, I mean, what can we say? It's only been announced. We'll see how this works. Again, it's been something that you know, I'm not sure. There was a pamphlet sent out to all Swedish citizens a few years back, saying, and the rubric was, you know, if the war comes, you know, this is what is to be done, and it had all of the classic instructions for, you know, prepper arrangements about how to charge your mobile phone and what kind of, you know, food to stock and how to ensure access to water and all this stuff. And it was very much ridiculed and mocked, this brochure, and, you know, this is, you know, completely unrealistic, and why would Swedes think in this way, etc. And of course, here we are with, you know, plenty of Swedish preppers and a lot of discussion about how to build civilian resilience within societies, you know, especially given all of our, you know, big vulnerabilities around you know, infrastructure and communications and so on. So, I mean, yes, I think it's a question that's up there. It'll certainly be, you know, discussed a lot further. It'll be awarded a lot more resources in Sweden, which is, of course, is indicated by this new Minister for Civilian Defense. Yeah, so we'll see. There'll be a lot of talk about it, for sure.
Actually, that is already a big part of the Nordic cooperation. I was just last week visiting a regional defense course in Finland. So these defense courses are a big part of the Finnish comprehensive security concept. In fact, of course, there's some attention on the Finnish military capabilities, which are formidable, but that is only one side of the coin, or the tip of the iceberg. Actually, the Finnish security concept goes much deeper and involves the whole society approach, this 360 degrees, that basically in Finland everything's always thought through from a security lens, or viewed through a security lens, like infrastructure, even business relations, trade, government, everything. So these defense courses essentially they take place on the national and on the regional level, and they bring together couple of times a year, all essential stakeholders from society, from those areas that I mentioned, civil infrastructure, critical infrastructure providers, businesses, big businesses, political decision makers, local and state administration and all that. And during these one-week courses, the participants go through all kinds of worst-case scenarios and try to figure out how can the society keep going and the vital functions of society be kept well in function in different kinds of worst case scenarios. And apparently last week's course was pretty intense because, of course, in this situation, like you kind of see the worst case, the absolute worst case scenario happening in Ukraine. So it makes it very much more concrete. But this has been taking place for decades. And it's a very important part. And actually, one of the participants told me that he had just come from Tromsø in northern Norway from a meeting of the Nordic group where exactly this kind of civilian resilience had been discussed in the like wider Lapland, northern Nordics region. So that is actually a very big part of our cooperation already, and I think it's increasingly important. That's also something that Finland, Sweden, and the Nordic group really bring into NATO as well as an interesting concept and approach to security.
And just adding to what Caroline and Minna are saying, I think I have observed in recent years how this is with hybrid threats and also total defense is rising on the agenda, on the collective agenda of the Nordic states. I think here in Norway, I think this is one area which illustrates how the Nordic countries often see to one another as reference points. And I think especially Finland, but also Sweden have been very often mentioned in the Norwegian debate as countries we look to and learn from, because we do have some of the same societal structures and ways of reacting. And of course, the pandemic again showed that management is not always the same in the Nordic countries, even though they are similar. And I think the pandemic also produced some learning points in terms of how to collaborate, for example, on the issue of borders. So there's that. But I think this is definitely an area that we're going to hear much more about in the coming years, because I think it's also an important part of the total package of what Norwegian and Nordic security and defense cooperation will entail.
Excuse me, Oyvind, could you point out to the audience that everyone can put comments under their YouTube recording?
I already did, but that has to be for the next session, because this session is ending on exactly where we started out. Nordic cooperation is great, and we tried to problematize it, but then we ended up on something I think was a very good question, something is an important topic, which is on total defense, resilience, and also hybrid threats that you got some answers to. So on that note, we have one session left, which starts at 1 o'clock, and there we're going to allow ourselves to turn a little bit inwards. We are not only going to talk about a favorite subject in the Norwegian debate about handlingsrom or wiggle room. We're also going to do it in Norwegian, but that session will be commencing at 1 o'clock. And let's end this panel by giving a round of applause to the panelists.
Mine damer og herrer, kan dere finne stolene deres, så begynner vi om 1 minutt.
Såpass, ja. Hei alle sammen. Som Øyvind akkurat sa, så kommer dette panelet her til å være på norsk. Så hvis du bare snakker engelsk eller et annet språk, så du hjertelig velkommen til å bli, men du får kanskje ikke med deg så mye. Men som også Øyvind sa, vi kommer til å være litt navlebeskuende akkurat nå. Det kan hende vi finner noen lo, og da gjør vi det på norsk. Nå skal ikke jeg prøve å oppsummere det som har blitt sagt hele dagen, men det har vært ganske mange interessante ting. Og jeg tenker at når vi nå sitter her med et norsk panel og skal snakke litt om hvordan vi i Norge ser på det fra forskjellige vinkler, så det jo nettopp denne naboen. Og sånn som Kristin sa, den har jo ofte blitt sett på som den andre, eller også den naboen som den Og vi har jo som Norge så har vi jo lang fartstid i å forholde oss til Russland, og det har vi gjort på mange forskjellige måter, både militært, diplomatisk, men også samarbeid og relasjoner med folk oppe i nord. Så jeg her nå for å guide dere gjennom den siste delen. Jeg har med meg Dag Henriksen her lengst borte. Han Oberstløytnant og forskningsleder ved Luftkrigsskolen. Han har en operativ bakgrunn fra kontroll- og varslingstjenesten, og har tjenestegjort i NATO-operasjoner både i Baltikum og Afghanistan. Men han nå kanskje mer kjent som en akademiker og en ekspert på luftmakt, og har en doktorgrad fra University of Glasgow. Ved siden av han sitter Ole Martin Stormoen. Han på NUPI i avdelingen, eller gruppen for sikkerhet og forsvar, og skriver den dag i dag en doktorgrad om strategisk kultur, og undersøker hvordan den eventuelt endres, og hvilke mekanismer som kan forklare slike endringer. Ved siden av dette så han også da lidenskapelig opptatt av beroligelse, som dere kanskje skal høre litt mer om senere. Så har vi Øystein Jensen her. Han seniorforsker ved Fridtjof Nansen Institutt og jusprofessor ved Universitetet i Sør-Norge. Han har en lang rekke forskningsinteresser, men det dreier seg stort sett om folkerettslige problemstillinger med særlig fokus på havrett og internasjonal institusjonell rett. Og da under dette spesielt da fokus på nordområdene og Norges havområder. Og så har vi Thomas Nilsen, som har vært redaktør for The Independent Barnes Service siden 2009, og har lang erfaring med mediesamarbeid over landegrensene lengst Nord-Europa, altså Norge og Russland. Og har jobbet lenge som radio- og avisreporter, helt tilbake før Sovjetunionens oppløsning. Så han har en lang fartstid. Nå skal ikke jeg sitte og prate her, men jeg kommer da først til å gi ordet til Dag. Vær så god, Dag.
Tusen takk, og takk for invitasjonen. Jeg har blitt bedt om å si litt innledningsvis om hva avskrekking for noe, og gi noen eksempler og hvordan vi tenker rundt det. Sånn enkelt forklart så altså avskrekking et begrep innenfor militær strategi som handler om å ha en troverdig evne til å gjengjelde et angrep med så stor kraft at omkostningene med å angripe sett fra angriperne ikke står i forhold til gevinsten. Det koster mer enn det smaker. Målet altså det å få angriperen til å avstå fra å angripe. Men det klart, hvis du har en sånn definisjon på avskrekking, så ligger det mye vurderinger til grunn her, og det noe av utfordringen akkurat med avskrekkingsbegrepet. For en motstander må da vurdere, hva vil kostnaden være for noe? Hva vil den potensielle gevinsten være for noe? Det troverdig, den motstand som kan vente oss? Så det blir en lang rekke vurderinger. Og hvordan definerer vi rasjonalitet? Jeg tror, jeg så på CNN nylig, hvor president Biden var spurt om han tror at Putin er en rasjonell aktør eller ikke. Så noen lurer jo på det. Altså, Putins rasjonalitet annerledes enn norsk rasjonalitet? Eller hva med hvis du er en norsk offiser på landsbygda i Afghanistan? Hvilken type rasjonalitet er der? Så plutselig så har du en del sånn persepsjon, eller skal si ting som ikke er så nødvendigvis så enkel å vurdere. Jeg tenkte jeg skulle ta et par eksempler på det. Jeg skrev en artikkel for noen år siden om krigen i Libanon i 2006, Israel mot Hezbollah, og hvor Israel hadde tegnet en ganske sånn klar rød linje for Hezbollah, hva som kom til å medføre et angrep hvis de krysset den røde grensa. Men Hezbollah har tenkt at vi skjønner jo det, men hvis vi planlegger et lite angrep, vi tar en israelsk patrulje, tar med oss så mange israelske offiserer, militære vi kan, og så tar vi med dem tilbake over grensa, og så kan vi bruke dem til å fange utveksling senere. Det tror vi ikke kommer til å utløse et massivt stort angrep. Så de gjennomfører det. Det dør noen i prosessen. Jeg tror de får med seg 2, tror jeg, over på libanesisk grense. Og det utløser også en massiv invasjon og ganske kraftfull bruk av luftmakt, som kan være et eksempel på hvordan kalkyler, persepsjon, hva slags type rasjonalitet, hvor går grensene, ikke er så enkel å vurdere. Hvis vi skal prøve å se det fra Putins perspektiv, ok, så Ukraina var ikke del av en allianse. Tror vi på at de kan ha en troverdig forsvarsevne som kan påføre oss skade? Hva vil gevinsten være? Kan vi ta de østlige delene? Kan vi ta hele Ukraina? Kan vi ta hvilke kalkyler ligger til grunn? Og så tror jeg det nå viser seg at de kalkylene, de mulige gevinstene, de kostnadene som påført, de kalkylene her tror jeg også Putin skjønner at det ikke var riktig. Så man beveger seg i et landskap som ikke består av faste størrelser. Vi snakker ofte om 3 typer for avskrekking. Deterrence by denial, eller nektelse. Deterrence by punishment, eller straff. Og det som vi ofte kaller for utvidet avskrekking. Avskrekking med nektelse kan være typisk hvis den motstanderen har en sånn kraft at hvis jeg prøver meg, så vil jeg umiddelbart ikke lykkes. Jeg vet ikke om jeg skal finne en så god metafor for det. Hvis du har drukket mye øl og skal inn på et utested og lage kvalm, og du ser at der står det 4 stykker på 2 meter og 130 kilo, så skjønner du at hvis jeg prøver på det her, så er det fåfengt. Så jeg prøver ikke i utgangspunktet. Andre verdenskrig kan man kanskje tenke på Maginot-linja til Frankrike, at hvis vi angriper her, så vil vi ikke lykkes. Man kan tenke seg at det var en form for. Eller man kan tenke seg at en motstander har en sånn evne til å mobilisere så hurtig og så kraftfullt at det vil være fåfengt med et angrep. Deterrence by punishment, ofte knyttet til atomvåpen, som betyr at vi kan nok ikke skyte ned rakettene eller unngå det initielle angrepet, men hvis du gjør det, så vil vår evne til å, med andre slags evne, påføre deg så mye smerte at du i utgangspunktet ikke har lyst til angrep til å begynne med. Extended deterrence, det er jo det vi som en småstat opplever. Det betyr at vi er en del av en allianse som gjør at hvis du angriper oss, så angriper du hele alliansen, og at det er det som er den avskrekkende effekten. Jeg har lyst til å nevne en siste element innenfor avskrekkingsbegrepet som jeg tror det er nyttig å tenke på. Og det er nyttig å tenke på i dag også. Når jeg skrev den artikkelen om krigen i Libanon, så dro jeg ned til Tel Aviv, og så snakket jeg med den israelske forsvarssjefen, han som var forsvarssjef den gangen. Og så spurte jeg hvilken strategi hadde du for å håndtere Hezbollah? Altså, hvordan tenkte du knyttet til politikk, maktbruk for å lykkes, det du da måtte definere med å lykkes? Og så han på meg, han satt og pattet på en sånn sigarello, veldig sånn følelsesløst, og så sa han at det handlet om, Henriksen, det var altså å påføre 10 ganger mer smerte enn de trodde var mulig. Og du må huske på, det handler ikke nødvendigvis bare om Hizbollah. Det handler om alle dem som sitter og ser på, alle land, alle organisasjoner, alle grupperinger som har lyst til å påføre Israel skade. De skulle bli avskrekket i prosessen. Og jeg tror det er interessant også i dagens situasjon knyttet til Ukraina. Det diskuteres nå, tror vi eller tror vi ikke, om Putin ønsker å bruke atomvåpen. Så det ene er jo at Putin nå allerede, den skaden, den strategiske skaden, den skaden på deterrence som allerede er påført Russland, gjennom at de har operert så under det vi trodde deres militære kapasitet var. Men så snur det, hvis de skulle bruke taktisk atomvåpen, hvordan responderer NATO? Og jeg tror det er nyttig å bare tenke på at det er ikke bare i den konkrete situasjonen, for det går på NATOs troverdighet over tid, til andre aktører også. Siste poenget, så jeg ikke bruker for lang tid, er jo, siden vi er her i dag og snakker om nordisk samarbeid, kunne man tenke seg altså at Norden klarer å skape en entitet som har nok kraft da, en populasjon på 27-28 millioner mennesker, 11. eller 12. sterkeste økonomien, en sterkere økonomi enn Russland. Vil det her kunne ha en avskrekkende effekt som er nok til at man unngår krig? Nå har jeg ikke trodd på at dette skal ses løsrevet fra USA eller NATO på noen som helst måte. Men for eksempel, siden det har vært påpekt i forrige panel, og siden jeg sitter her med lys og blå uniform, jeg tror det er noe veldig interessant knyttet til samarbeid rundt luftmakta. Norden, Norge, Sverige, Danmark, Finland, 3 av dem kjøper kampfly F-35. Sverige har et veldig potent kampfly også. Vi snakker om i størrelsesorden 200-250 kampfly. Nå sitter vi og diskuterer politisk, militært, hvilken samarbeidsform kan dette ta. Så jeg vil bare nevne det som et eksempel på mulig form for avskrekking, som jeg tror er sånn relativt lavthengende frukt i nordisk samarbeid. Ja, stoppe der.
Takk skal du ha, Dag. Og det er jo da, avskrekking er jo da en av de store pilarene i norsk sikkerhets- og forsvarstenkning. Og nå skal vi snakke om den andre, kanskje litt mer obskure pilaren, den som vi ofte kjenner som beroligelse. Så Ole Martin.
Takk. Nå står jeg jo i fare for å bli han hippien som sitter oppe og på en måte vil at alle bare skal være venner. Men jeg tenkte å gå litt mer i dybde av hva beroligelse kan bety, og hva Johan Jørgen Holst, som da systematiserte tankene rundt beroligelse på 60-tallet, på en måte ville ha fram i sin artikkel og sin bok. En ting som vi risikerer å glemme i den situasjonen vi er i nå, når denne type tradisjoner i norsk sikkerhetspolitikk er litt under press, er at beroligelse vokste fram over tid etter den andre verdenskrig. Det var en veldig spente tid. Den har bestått som en pilar i flere tiår med kald krig. Og nå er den på en måte oppe til debatt siden vi er inne i et forhold med Russland som er relativt iskaldt. Og vi må tenke på at beroligelse har fungert som en parallell strategi til avskrekking. Det er ikke sånn at disse er to ting som kjemper mot hverandre. Det er på en måte Norge som spiller litt på to hester, hvis det er lov å si det litt flåsete. Når Holst diskuterte de tingene, så kom det fram at han først og fremst ser på at beroligelse som en form for kommunikasjon, der Norge skal kommunisere at de har skin in the game, at Norge mener det de sier med at de vil ha et ordentlig forhold til Russland. Ved å framstå forutsigbare og på en måte file ned sin egen forsvarsevne og sin egen avskrekking, så viser vi at vi oppriktig er villige til å offre noe for å poengtere det vi sier at vi vil oppnå i forhold til Russland. Og den grunnleggende logikken bak det handler jo om å unngå sånne eskalerende sikkerhetsdilemma i nordområdene, som på en måte var den store frykten med tanke på atomvåpen og forholdene stormakten imellom. Over tid så går det an å si at konseptet på sett og vis har blitt utvidet. Hvis du ser på de selvpålagte begrensningene og atom- og basepolitikken som en slags passiv beroligelse i den forstand man holder tilbake på noe, så over tid så har det også oppstått en del initiativ som du kan kalle en slags aktiv beroligelse, der vi går forbi det militære
begrensningene og over i å prøve å skape bånd og dialog og samarbeid, økonomisk samkvem, som vokser frem basert på kall det litt mer moderne teorier om hvordan konflikt kan forhindres med en slags gjensidig avhengighet. Men nå sitter i Europa at det er også selvfølgelig et veldig tveegget sverd. I norsk kontekst, og dette får vi høre mer om senere av en kollega på siden av meg, så handler det om fiskerisamarbeid, det handler om folk-til-folk-samarbeid. Et eksempel kan være Stockmann-prosjektet som falt i fisk. Og på en måte høydepunktet i denne her type tenkning var vel kanskje Støre og hans tale om Barentshavet som et samarbeidets hav i 2005. Store vyer som i retrospekt lett å på en måte humre litt av, men i tidsånden så var det ting som vi trodde på. Etter 24. februar så det jo helt åpenbart at den aktive delen av beroligelse ligger jo på respirator. Vi vet ikke om vi noen gang klarer å få liv i denne her pasienten igjen. Men det er jo helt uaktuelt både for Norge og de fleste andre land å drive en aktiv form for beroligelse på den måten. Så da spørsmålet, skal hele den norske beroligelsespolitikken på en måte revurderes eller bygges om eller rives ned i lys av dagens situasjon? Så det er jo en forståelig debatt som dukker opp, og det er egentlig et sunnhetstegn at vi kan ha en debatt om denne type ting når det er et konsept som på en måte ble systematisert på 1960-tallet. Det er klart verden har endret seg. Og kritikken mot konseptet kommer gjerne i to forskjellige former. En ting handler om de som peker på beroligelse som en innenrikspolitisk øvelse. Noen har brukt ordet liturgi, det er på en måte noe du bare må gjennom og snakke om og bli ferdig med, for å holde på med indre roen i Norge. Vi kan komme tilbake til det senere diskusjonen at det kanskje har en verdi i seg selv. Men så er det som de andre argumenter handler jo da om at konteksten har endret seg, og at det har på en måte vært en teknologisk utvikling som gjør at mye av de selvpålagte begrensningene på en måte ikke har så veldig mye praktisk verdi. Det er mye symbolikk i det, men teknologien har gjort at de kanskje er litt avleggs. Geopolitisk så er det jo helt åpenbart at det har vært store endringer. NATO er jo blitt utvidet. Warszawapakten finnes ikke lenger. Det er gode grunner til å tenke igjennom hvordan vi driver politikken. Og så har du også Sverige og Finland på veien i NATO som også er med på å forandre balansen og kanskje logikkene i det som skal foregå i nordområdene. Nok en grunn til å tenke på norsk beroligelse, kanskje i samhandling eller i en slags synergieffekt med nordisk sikkerhetspolitikk. Og så hvordan denne situasjonen da ble tolket fra russisk side og håndtert, så russisk side er jo foreløpig et stort spørsmålstegn. Det vil vi se etter hvert. Samtidig så når vi diskuterer om beroligelse på en måte avleggs eller noe vi kanskje må forandre på, så må vi også forstå hva situasjonen Russland er i. De er kanskje mer sårbare enn hva de har vært på lenge. Sånn konvensjonelt militært så er de jo nær for telling, vil mange påstå. Men det gjør jo også at Nordflåten og basekomplekset på Kola er desto viktigere som en livsforsikring for det regimet. Så vi er nødt til å forstå det fra den siden også at selv om vi på en måte kan se dette som en mulighet til å vise litt muskler, så vil det ikke bli oppfattet som noe annet enn en trussel fra andre siden, vil noen påstå. På den måten så kan du kanskje argumentere for at beroligelse kanskje er viktigere enn noen gang, med tanke på situasjonen vi står i, og det er noe å tenke på når vi diskuterer om dette er noe som må moderniseres. Og så har du jo 1000-kronerspørsmålet som ofte blir brakt opp når vi snakker om beroligelse. Det er jo, har noen effekt? Virker det? Det er jo et spørsmålstegn, men jeg tror jeg gir meg der, og så kan vi eventuelt komme tilbake til det i diskusjonen, om det faktisk går an å se om det faktisk virker.
Takk skal du ha, Ole Martin. Ja, du nevnte jo at dette med beroligelse kanskje ligger på respirator, men Thomas, det er jo en del avtaler vi allerede har med Russland. Vi har jo samarbeidet med det lenge. Kan du fortelle litt om de, og eventuelt liksom hva hvordan ligger de i dag, og hvordan ser vi kanskje at de vil utvikle seg senere?
Ja, bestillingen fra arrangementskomiteen her var jo å snakke i 5 minutter om robustheten til disse folkerettsregimene i nord, i lys av den utenrikspolitiske situasjonen som vi befinner oss i nå. Og Norge jo I likhet med Ukraina nabo til Russland, og det jo I nordområdene da, vi er tettest på Russland, og der vi naboer både til havs og til lands. Og spørsmålet, sikkert jeg forstod det, var jo, har vi noe å frykte nå I relasjon til alle disse samarbeidsflatene som vi har med Russland I nord? Står delelinjeavtalen I fare, ikke sant? Hvem fiskeriforvaltningen? Hvem Svalbard? Det foreløpig ingenting som tyder på at Russland åpenbart vil bryte folkeretten og gå helt bort fra de traktatsamarbeider som man har med Norge I nord. Det vil ikke så lett for Russland å rettslig sett I hvert fall komme seg ut av disse traktatsamarbeider. Hverken Svalbard-traktaten kan en ikke ensidig trekke seg fra, ikke delelinjeavtalen, også vanskelig med fiskerisamarbeidet. Men utfordringen I dag jo likevel at visse aspekt ved dette regelverket sannsynligvis blir vanskeligere I årene som kommer da. Men jeg tror ikke delelinjeavtalen vil bli påvirket av det forsure forholdet mellom øst og vest. Delelinjeavtalen veldig viktig for Russland også. Og Russland ønsker I alle fall ikke en omkamp om den avtalen. Som her hos oss så var ikke delelinjeavtalen for så vidt toppsak I russiske medier den gangen den kom I 2010. Da var det toppsaken I Russland den gang var budsjettkutt for Svartehavsflåten. Men delelinjeavtalen veldig viktig for Russland også. Så den ligger nok sånn sett fast. Og delelinja jo I Barentshavet jo en ressursgrense, ikke sant? Det har en helt annen rettslig funksjon og implikasjoner enn for eksempel en territorial grense. Så det viktigste for Russland I nord I forhold til delelinjer, I hvert fall ikke om et oljefelt ligger på den ene eller den andre siden av grensa. Det viktigste folkerettsreglene, de som de opptatt av, det nok navigasjonsfrihet, og ikke minst navigasjonsfrihet for militære fartøy. Men da de på linje med alle andre stater for så vidt, ikke sant? Da vi tilbake til den hjørnestein I havretten, den blir prinsipp om navigasjonsfrihet, og vi tilbake til Hugo Grotius, men vi også tilbake til det fortrolige kompromisset mellom Sovjet og USA på begynnelsen av 1970-tallet med at en må gjerne lage en ny havrettskonvensjon, men hverken USA eller Sovjet ville være med på det hvis prinsippet om navigasjonsfrihet ble berørt. Så det det viktige for Russland, ikke sant? Vi skjønner jo det nå med utferdstrangen og så videre. Men der det samsvar mellom Russlands interesse og andre større stater sin interesse da. Så jeg tror nok at delelinjeavtalen tjener fortsatt sin begrenset funksjon og det annen havrett som langt viktigere for Russland. Da. På Svalbard så tror jeg nok at Norge må forvente at Russland fortsetter med politiske protester mot miljøvernlovgivning, mot protester mot reguleringer for helikopterflyging, mot norsk forståelse også av hva som inngår I traktatregimet og ikke, og da det jo særlig havet da, utenfor sjøterritoriet som det vanskelige. Terskelen for å protestere mot norsk myndighetsutøvelse på Svalbard har aldri vært spesielt høy hos Russland. Og kanskje vil det tilta ytterligere I årene fremover. Så jeg tror nok Norge må ha et årvåkent øye, for eksempel I relasjon til dette med fredelig utnyttelse av øygruppa, som også ligger I traktaten. Det sikkert lurt også med tanke på for eksempel hvordan den bruker satellittstasjoner og så videre der oppe. Og med den anspente situasjonen nå, så trenger vi neppe noen ny elektronsak I havet ved Svalbard. De som husker den, husker at det eskalerte jo til toppolitisk nivå. Det jo bra at det ble løst, da, men det nok ikke tidspunktet for det nå. Men uansett, Svalbardtraktaten gir jo Russland rettigheter som Russland ikke ville hatt om Russland ikke var med I Svalbardtraktaten. Så Russland har all mulig grunn til å etterleve Svalbardtraktaten også. Og det jo den billigste traktaten en stat kan være med I. Norge tar seg av alt. Så det bare rettigheter stort sett for Russland også å være med der da. Men de vil pushe Norge litt grann, slik de alltid har gjort, men det grenser for hvor langt det kan gå, ikke sant, før en også reagerer i Washington og Paris og London mot det da. Til det minst abstrakte, kanskje, fiskerier i nord. I noen år så var vi litt bekymret her for EU, de var ganske aggressive mot Norge i havet ved Svalbard. Så stilnet det litt fra Brussel, så kom invasjonen av Ukraina, og da ble Russland også kastet ut av noe som heter ICES, som FNs havforskningsråd. Og ICES jo organet som gir stater råd om kvotefastsettelse av fisk. Og da tenkte i hvert fall jeg at nå får vi for første gang siden fiskerisamarbeidet med Norge og Russland, Sovjet, startet i 75-76, nå får vi en nullavtale da, om fiskerier i Barentshavet, nå får vi ingen avtale om det. Og det ville vært en liten katastrofe. Men dette fiskerisamarbeidet mellom Norge og Russland i Nordbassenget er ganske robust. Det er institusjonalisert, det har vært årevis eller tåler nok mange år med ganske høy sjøgang. Og selv uten Russland i ICES så har altså norske og russiske forskere, de har i år funnet sammen. De har klart å komme fram til vitenskapelige, akseptable grenser for uttak av fisk i Barentshavet. De møttes jo i et sted på den arabiske halvøy i sommer og kom sammen. Og nå ligger altså disse rådene fra disse forskerne på bordet i forhandlingene mellom Norge og Russland, som sitter, akkurat mens vi sitter her, så sitter en altså i digitale forhandlinger og prøver å fastsette kvote for fisk i Barentshavet, slik at en får en avtale også for 2023. Så det viser at det viktigste delen av fiskerisamarbeidet, det går sin gang uavhengig av krigen i Ukraina. Så det trodde ikke vi var mulig i vår, når Russland ble kastet ut av ICES. Så en får også i år denne viktige fiskeriavtalen til tross for at krigen, til tross for havneforbud og importrestriksjoner, ikke sant? Som helt andre, som næringspolitikk, ikke så mye fiskeripolitikk. Men det er ikke så langt til problemet her. Lederen for dette byrået i Russland som sitter med forhandlingene med Norge er jo sønnen da til judokompisen til Vladimir Putin. Så det er ikke så langt kanskje til... Men i alle fall for å avslutte, jeg tegner et relativt positivt bilde her, og dere forstår at jeg har trua på folkeretten. Og det er først og fremst fordi de traktatregimer som vi har i nord, de angår begrenset jurisdiksjonsspørsmål, og har ikke noe egentlig med suverenitetsspørsmål å gjøre. Så også Russland nyter godt av delelinjeavtalen, felles fiskeriforvaltning som vi ser, Svalbard-traktaten og så videre. Men forutsetningen er jo hele tiden selvfølgelig at Norge ikke blir dratt mer direkte inn i en åpen konflikt med Russland. Da er jo helikopterflygning og fiske av mye mindre betydning, både for Norge, men også for Russland selvfølgelig. Så jeg har trua på folkeretten i nord. Jeg har også trua på FN-pakten for øvrig, men den har jo fått noen slag for baugen. Jeg hørte det ble snakk om realisme her og så videre i sted. Ja, så det kan hende at det er noen regler som har fått kjørt seg litt i det siste da, men det har jo ja, jeg skal ikke fortsette på det.
Nei, men takk, altså det er jo veldig interessant at disse tingene vedstår, og det blir forhandlet om på siden av alt som egentlig fungerer. Og så over til deg litt, Thomas. Du kjenner jo situasjonen på bakken i Finnmark veldig godt. Er det like positivt der, eller hvordan ser man på nå forholdet til den store naboen i øst?
Jo, altså, det er langt det landet her. Jeg satt og tenkte litt på det i går når jeg satt på flyplassen på vei til Oslo, og skulle liksom prøve å tenke hvordan beskriver man forholdene på bakken i et par kilometer fra grensen til Kolahalvøya akkurat nå. Og så sitter jeg og begynner å lytte til de som sitter rundt meg i terminalen, og så fanger jeg opp en del interessante diskusjoner som normalt ikke hører i Norge. Det er jo selvfølgelig å høre at de prater jo russisk. Og sånn er det også ombord i flyet. Det minner jo egentlig mer om et russisk innenriksfly enn et fly på vei mellom to Avinor-flyplasser. Og det handler jo litt om at Kirkenes, Øst-Finnmark, grensa på Storskog I dag har blitt et springbrett inn til Schengen-Europa for særlig folk fra Moskva og St. Petersburg, ved at det I dag den eneste åpne landgrensa for de som reiser med turistvisum. De det mange av, og det jo ikke mennesker som nødvendigvis har søkt turistvisum her og nå. Det her en del av den russiske befolkningen som har suttet med Schengen-visum I mange år, gjerne før pandemien. Norge var jo på like linje med Finland veldig ivrig på å pushe 5 års multivisum ut til befolkningen, og Storskoggrensa jo også åpen for de som har Schengen-visum til andre land, altså Frankrike eller Tyskland, Spania og så videre. De som kommer over grensa nå, de forteller oss 2 ting. De forteller oss for det første at propagandaen til Vladimir Putin og Kreml ikke virker. De kommer fordi at de mener ærlig og riktig at det et spørsmål om liv eller død. De vet at blir de mobilisert, så det slaktebenk I nordlige og østlige Ukraina som står som det neste. Jeg har snakket med mange av dem I det de har vandret rundt I gatene I Kirkenes på vei I transit videre ut I Europa. Så de har veldig god tilgang på hva som faktisk foregår I krigen I Ukraina, og de ønsker å komme seg bort derfra. Samtidig så gir de ikke, det her det ikke fredsbevegelsen som kommer over grensa. Det ikke mennesker som nødvendigvis mot regimet, eller mot krigen som sådan, men de ønsker selv å komme seg bort fra den. Det andre det forteller oss, det at her snakker vi om et par tusen vestlige selskaper som har trukket seg ut av Russland etter 24. februar, og det deres arbeidere som nå reiser over. IT-selskaper, finanssektor, store sånne her hva de heter det, rådgivningsselskapene og så videre, og fra bilindustrien I Europa. For de har nemlig kontakter I Europa. De har hatt muligheten til å få seg Schengen-visum og så videre før da. Jeg tror jo at det grepet vi så I går I Moskva, om at borgermesteren på en måte annonserer at mobiliseringen litt over, I alle fall for Moskva by, superbra for Europa. Fordi med Schengen-visum så du 90 dager, og begynte å reise ut etter 21. september, da den første bølgen kom, så hadde, hvis den mobiliseringen fortsatt hadde gjeldt I Moskva, når vi begynner å nærme oss juleribba og akevitten og sånt I slutten av desember, så har nok Europa kommet til å sett en bølge av unge russiske menn som hadde søkt asyl når den 90-dagersperioden går over. Det gjør de ikke nå. De vil nok ha mulighet til å komme tilbake, og samtidig så har også man vist gjennom mobiliseringen I Russland at de som blir tatt på grensa og stoppet og sendt tilbake, det gjerne de som har hatt litt opposisjon til regimet, enten på arbeidsplassen sin, eller I sosiale medier, eller I form av demonstrasjoner på gata, og så videre. Og de kommer nok ikke til å komme tilbake etter den 90-dagersperioden. Men de ønsker jo heller ikke regimet å ha tilbake. Det jo en gammel sovjetisk, liksom, kom deg ut av landet. Og det her tror jeg viktig for oss I Øst-Finnmark, det viktig for oss I Norge, og hele tiden stille det her kontrollspørsmålet når ting skjer, når ting utvikler seg. Hva motivet sett med russiske øyne? Ikke sant? Og det har jo vært en del de siste par dagene, særlig I Nord-Norge, eller bare I Nord-Norge egentlig, at vi har sett at en del av de som kom over har ikke helt rent mel I posen. Det har vel vært 3 arrestasjoner I Mosjøen, I Tromsø, og så var det vel en til på Kirkenes som ble tatt, og nå mens vi sitter her og snakker her I panelet nå, så foregår det vel et 4. fengslingsmøte I den nordligste tingretten I Norge på grunn av ulovlig droneflyging og fotografering. Men også Ja, vi litt sånn på hæla. Vi I media, vi hopper jo veldig fort når den type ting skjer. Men altså, de som ønsker å ha de her bildene av norske petroleumsinstallasjoner, eller kraftanlegg, eller overføringsledninger på strøm mellom nord og sør, altså de bildene finnes jo I russiske arkiver for lenge siden. Så igjen, stille oss det her kontrollspørsmålet, hva det egentlig man ønsker? Jo, man ønsker å vise to ting. Det ene selvfølgelig å skape litt panikk innad I Norge og fyre opp om denne greia som allerede Men innenrikspolitisk I Russland så handler jo det her om å vise Norge som et fiendtlig land. Ikke sant? Fordi ikke bli overrasket hvis noen av de fengslingsmøtene, nå når varetektsfengslingen over og statsadvokatene rundt omkring skal begynne å faktisk ta ut tiltaler, at de ikke har noe særlig sak å springe inn til retten med. Så de tok jo bilder av det nordlys. Og så var det jo vind som blåste det kameraet på droner, sånn at det tilfeldigvis traff det her kraftanlegget angivelig I Nordland, som man har tatt litt bilder av. Kunne man jo ikke vite, ikke sant? Det ikke holdbare argumenter I en norsk rett. Og da har Russland, som man leser på russisk ambassadens Facebook-side I går, da kan de overfor sitt eget publikum fremstille at det Norge, de russofobisk, de har en egen agenda, de ønsker å fremstille, ikke sant? Og så har man snudd det over dit som Russland har jobbet med I mange år nå, nemlig å vise at det Vesten som fiendtlig innstilt, ikke Russland. Ikke sant? Han ene som ble arrestert på lufthavna I Tromsø, var på vei oppover til Svalbard. Jeg var hele forrige uke I Longyearbyen, snakket ganske mange av de fra Barentsburg som har kommet over. Barentsburg jo et fantastisk interessant laboratorium for tida. Det jo et flertall av ukrainere som bor der. Mange flykter, og så hele turistindustrien der har flyttet over til Longyearbyen. Det var et par episoder rett før krigen, hvor da mennesker går ut på gata utenfor det russiske generalkonsulatet I Barentsburg med bilder av Alexei Navalny og protesterer mot arrestasjonen av han. Ikke sant? De her fikk administrative konsekvenser for dem. Det skjer på norsk jord. Så vidt jeg vet, har ikke Svalbardtraktaten noen begrensninger på ytringsfrihet og demonstrasjonsfrihet og alt det der. Det var vel neppe noen som hadde det I tankene helt tatt når den beskrev I 1920. Men det den ene tingen. Den andre tingen som for oss hus forbi I Norge, det var marineparaden I norsk territorialforvern, rett utenfor Barentsburg. 31. juli I år, hvor de da altså tar ned det norske flagget I masta, og heiser ikke bare det sovjetiske, gamle, nostalgiske marineflagget, men også den russiske flåtens flagg, og har en parade hvor de da står og roper ut ære til våre flinke marinesoldater som sikrer landets sikkerhet. Det her foregår også I Norge. Hvor den hen I hybrid debatten som vi har. Så vi får en del sånne spørsmål. Jeg bor jo selv I en by som I ganske sånn omveltning, kan man si, da, fra 24. februar, fra at vi tidligere hadde politikere som sto I første rekke og ropet på at vi måtte invitere Vladimir Putin til å feire frigjøringen av Øst-Finnmark, til at nå en del gamle Facebook-poster ganske slettet om det var en del viktige stemmer I Kirkenes-samfunnet som du ikke så 24., 25. og 26. februar, fordi man satt hjemme og deletet gamle innlegg om hvor teit norsk etterretning som da bør komme seg ut av folk-til-folk-samarbeidet, og som bare ødelegger for norsk-russisk samarbeid, og så videre, og så videre. Og det bra, det skal folk ha ros for å ta litt selvkritikk og sånn, men fortsatt en dag I dag så jeg også innbygger I en kommune som vennskapskommune med hovedbasen for den russiske Nordflåten, som har hatt tusenvis av soldater I krigen I Ukraina, Severomorsk. Det var en I kommunestyret, han reiste han og sier, det her går ikke lenger. Nå må vi få slutt på det her. Det forslaget om å avslutte vennskapssamarbeidet, vennskapskommunesamarbeidet med Severomorsk, det fikk den ene støtten. Det var kollektivt motstand mot avsluttende, som fordi krigen I Ukraina, den jo over en dag. Og da trykker vi reset, og så det folk-til-folk-samarbeid, akkurat sånn som det var 23. februar og før det. Det tror jeg ikke nødvendigvis på. Men 24. august, Ukrainas nasjonaldag, en russisk ansatt nede på havneanlegget I Kirkenes benyttet anledningen til å heise det ukrainske flagget. hvorav det da kommer en kommunerepresentant springende. Få ned det flagget. Det skal ikke være ukrainske flagg i en kommunal flaggstang i Kirkenes. Altså, men hvor ellers i Europa opplever vi noe sånt? Det her må vi ta inn over oss. Jeg tror vi har en realitetsorientering å ta. Er tiden vi ute nå, eller kan jeg ta 2 minutter til?
Vi kan ta spørsmål og sånn underveis etterpå.
Ja.
Nei, men altså, det jo veldig interessante perspektiver alle kommer med her, og vi får litt sånn innblikk i ting som vi kanskje ikke tenker på så veldig ofte når vi da sitter og leser i hvert fall de større avisene om, liksom, som fylt med krigen i Ukraina. Men jeg vil komme litt tilbake til dere to. Altså, vi snakket jo litt sånn, hva avskrekking, hva beroligelse? Så det jo klart at i den situasjonen vi så det jo klart at vi snakker jo nå veldig mye om avskrekking. Vi må bruke mer av større forsvarsbudsjett, mer våpen, mer avskrekking, sånne ting. Men i den forbindelse sånn, det tak på hvor mye man kan avskrekke? Altså, kan det tippe over til å bli en form for eskalerende ting i seg selv? At man blir mye mer truende? Eller hvordan fungerer dette i praksis?
Ja, jeg kan jo gjøre noen refleksjoner i hvert fall. Når vi stod her før vi startet, så diskuterte litt at egentlig kunne jeg tenkt meg å ha satt i den stolen og snakke om beroligelse. Jeg forventer om at det en uniform snakker om avskrekking. Nei, først så tror jeg det noe så stor risiko for at norsk forsvarsevne overstiger liksom avskrekkings... Jeg tror ikke det der vi liksom. Og jeg tror jo også at NATO, det jo noe utfordring her. Nå ser jeg at Stoltenberg går ut og sier at man skal øke fra 40 000 gripere til 300 000. Jeg tror jo at amerikanske forsvarsministre nå, uavhengig av hvilket parti de tilhører, de siste 20, 30, 40 årene har hatt samme budskap til Europa. Har dere tenkt å ta litt større ansvar for egen sikkerhet, eller ikke? Det alltid vi som skal gjøre det? Og så bomler man litt i skjegget, og at prosent av BNP et dårlig mål og sånn. Men vi vet jo akkurat hva som menes med det, og kanskje kan man se det som skjer i Ukraina også, med at hvor troverdig avskrekkingsdimensjonen til NATO, ikke sant? Og en ting jo antall soldater som Stoltenberg nevner, en annen ting jo, kan de her antallet operere sammenhengende, sammen? Og kan de det uten USA? Det ikke jeg så sikker på. USA blir viktig av flere hensyn. Da. Men jeg har mer lyst til å si at jeg synes det stilles urimelige krav til beroligelse, hvis kravet at virker det eller ikke. Ja, virker det norske forsvaret da, som avskrekkingsemne? Vet vi noe om det? Det kausal sammenheng i det? Eller hvordan skal du... Altså, jeg synes det kravet ganske urimelig. Og for meg så handler det ikke om en sånn enten avskrekking eller beroligelse. Det handler om en måte å kommunisere, det handler om et verktøyskrin, det handler om å finne klok balanse. La meg ta et eksempel. Noen orienterer jo for at vi skal nå gjøre om på vår basepolitikk og ha noen militære baser, internasjonale aktører i Finnmark da. Noe som jeg ikke tror en god idé i det hele tatt. Så hvordan kan du kombinere avskrekking og beroligelse? Et eksempel. Russland følger med godt med. Vi har begynt å trene sammen med amerikanske bombefly. Vi har kjøpt oss en bra plattform selv. Vi trener sammen med finner og svensker. Hvis vi trener sammen med langtrekkende amerikanske bombefly, sammen med våre veldig potente fly, og viser frem at vi kan integrere oss og gjennomføre komplekse operasjoner, det trenger ikke vi å gjøre ved grense Jakobselv det. Det kan vi gjøre i Nordland, utenfor Trøndelag. Det får russerne godt med seg. Så det å finne en klokskap i måten vi trener på, øver på, integrerer oss, det det vi snakker om. Jeg tror masse elementer med norsk basepolitikk kommer til å stå seg fint. Av og til synes jeg diskusjonen sånn at det har bare vært et slags teoretisk konsept, og nå, når det skjer noe i Ukraina, da plutselig også settes under press. Hele diskusjonen har vært litt sånn anaerob egentlig, det blir litt sånn høystemt, og drokker litt mye Møllerstrand eller Red Bull på en måte. Basepolitikken, beroligelse, avskrekking, har vært gjennom tøffe tak før, og stått seg bra. Det fortsatt et verktøyskrin, det et verktøyskrin som vi disponerer. Det handler om å bruke verktøyene, kommunisere klokt.
Ja, altså du var jo inne på det. Altså, en side av beroligelse vel dette å kommunisere, I hvert fall militært. Så snakket du om, Ole Martin, altså, fungerer beroligelse, eller hvordan vet vi at det fungerer? Så det jo stemmer der ute nå som snakker om at ikke sant, altså, vi kan ikke stole på russerne, de kommer alltid til å lure oss. Så spørsmålet jo da, ikke sant, hvis vi snakker om beroligelse som noe mer enn kanskje en sånn militær signalisering som ikke avskrekking, hvordan kan vi liksom se for oss hvordan beroligelse kan fungere, gitt det regimet som der nå, og kanskje I fremtiden, hvis du har noe rundt det?
Først og fremst vil jeg bare si at jeg jo helt enig. Det jo den klokskapen I kombinasjonen som ser ut til å ha fungert. Da. Men litt av problemet, eller det empiriske problemet her, at vi vet jo ikke helt nødvendigvis hvorfor det har fungert. Da. Som empirisk så vet vi at det har vært ganske fin korrelasjon mellom norsk sikkerhetspolitikk og relativt lavspenning. Men om det på grunn av eller på tross av, det jo vi har ikke mulighet til å kjøre en sånn parallell virkelighet for å se hva som hadde skjedd hvis vi hadde gjort noe annet. Et poeng som jeg vil ta frem fra den diskusjonen med Stian Jensen og Jardar Østbe tidligere jo den spenningen I forståelsen av hvem Russland Jeg ikke noen Russland-ekspert, så jeg skal ikke ha noen mening om hva det regimet men I beroligelse så ligger det en sånn skime av at du har troen på at det faktisk det du gjør har en påvirkning på kalkylen på andre siden. På samme måte som avskrekking har det også. Men det på en måte to ideologier her. Den ene som handler om at du faktisk har en påvirkningsevne som gjør at regimet kan se verdien I å ha et fungerende forhold med oss, og så har du et annet syn som ser på den, og nå har Russland gått inn I en sånn modus, der uansett hva man gjør, så har det ikke noe å si, de har bestemt seg for å gripe hele verden, satt litt på spissen. Så den mottageligheten hos motparten, den jo kjernen både I avskrekking og beroligelse. I hvor stor grad påvirker du kalkylene? Og hvordan I alle dager skal du være sikker på hvordan den analysen blir gjort på andre siden? Det gjelder både avskrekking og beroligelse. Det det som nøtten her da. Og derav grunnen til å kommunisere så transparent og så konsistent som mulig, sånn at det faktisk ser ut som det en rød linje mellom måten du oppfører deg på. Da. Og det jo en utfordring. Og så en siste ting til de som vil gjøre om, eller de som på en måte vil ha endring på norsk sikkerhetspolitikk, de har en litt bratte bakke foran seg, for tingen at de nødt til å sannsynliggjøre at med å gjøre store endringer som basert på at verden har forandret seg nå, at det gir en kall det en plussum I norsk sikkerhet. Da. Altså de endringene der må gi en såpass militærstrategisk eller operasjonell gevinst som da på en måte nuller ut det eventuelle risikoen eller eskaleringsfaren som du da får inn på andre siden. Da. Og det en vanskelig øvelse som kanskje ikke går an å regne på, men det på en måte det tankeeksperimentet som må gjøres. Da.
Thomas, du hadde noen kommentarer til den?
Ja, jeg tenkte å følge litt opp fra det forrige panelet om det nordiske forsvarssamarbeidet og dra det inn I denne beroligelse, avskrekkingsgreia. For Finland så deres to strategiske geografiske områder mot Baltikum I sør, altså sørlige kysten, grenser inn mot Leningrad Oblast og St. Petersburg, og så det ganske kjedelig opp igjen hele veien Karelen. Det lite strategisk baseanlegg på russisk side av grensa der, inntil du kommer oppover til Alakurti og Kolaløya, og der får Norge og Finland samme strategiske trusselbilde, utfordring der. Jeg var I sommer og dekket den øvelsen med soldatene på Sjangermoen og US, de her innflygende styrkene der, I lag med jegerbataljoner fra Sodankyle I finsk Lappland. Det også en øvelse som da foregår I skogen mellom Sodankyle og Kemijärvi. Vi ganske få titalls kilometer fra den russiske grensa, og det både amerikansk hardware med transporthelikopter for personell og våpen, og det norske infanteristyrker og så videre. Så for Finland så jo den der avskrekkingen som vi har I Øst-Finnmark jo en ganske annerledes situasjon. Det jo egentlig ganske utenkelig. Det her med under cold response så har vi stort sett bare nordiske soldater da, på Sjangermoen som øver der. Det var vel et par andre observatører, men når du kommer øst på Sjangermoen så det norsk, ikke sant? I all hovedsak. Men nå når Finland blir medlem, vi har som Minna nevnte, så det altså ukentlige øvelser med jagerfly, svensk, også fra Ørland, Evenes, Kallaks og Rovaniemi i Lappland hele tiden. Et sånt her scenario som vi må ta stilling til da, det blir jo i det øyeblikket Russland bryter finsk luftrom, som de jo har gjort en del ganger. De har aldri gjort det overfor Norge de siste 30 årene. Men de gjør det. Det tar av F-35 fra Rovaniemi, som den første basen i finsk Lappland som får F-35. Og så begynner det her også bruddet på luftrommet, suverenitetsbruddet, og beveger seg nordover, og så du plutselig opp mot Inarøysjøen, ikke sant? Og begynner å komme over på norske landområder, ikke sant? Hva gjør man da? Skal man da snu det finske F-35-flyet rett nordav Ivalo og sende det tilbake for så å rope opp et norsk F-35 fra Evenes for å fly i hvert fall 27-28 minutter rundt hele Finnmarkskysten for å møte russerne der? Man kan ikke gjøre det. Man må jo på en måte fortsette der greia Da Finland NATO, og da har man plutselig Russland satt Norge i en catch-22 i forhold til allianse, altså ikke alliansedeltakere øst av Finnmark. Ikke sant? Så og de her tingene de må vi problematisere i dag. Jeg tror det kjempeviktig, fordi at med finsk NATO-medlemskap så kommer det her interaksjonen mellom hva vi opplever som selvpålagte restriksjoner i Øst-Finnmark, og det som kommer til å bli realiteten framprovosert av Russland, kommer til å bli ganske annerledes. Bare ta det her retoriske, for det her ikke politikk. Politikken i Norge det at når det jammes GPS-signaler innover mot Øst-Finnmark, så sitter vi ganske rolig i båten, og så får sivilt politi lov til å ta litt, og så Luftfartstilsynet, og så kanskje noen eller annen e-tjeneste som bidrar litt, men det ganske fragmentert. Finland, umiddelbart, så altså presidenten selv tar telefon, ringer til Putin og sier, det her et territoriebrudd. Det en krenkelse av finsk luftrom. En ordbruk som vi i Norge, så vidt meg bekjent, ikke har gjort det. Så vi får noen utfordringer der.
Ja, det mange nye dynamikker som kommer med svensk og finsk medlemskap, og det jo klart det at det et annet forhold i den avskrekking beroligelse der også. Vi skulle gjerne fortsatt den debatten med bare dere, men jeg vil gjerne åpne for publikum, så da trenger jeg mikrofoner, og da det slik at dere sier navnet deres og hvor dere hører til, og så gjerne bare et spørsmål, ikke et langt innlegg, dere snille? Jakob?
Jakob Børresen, pensjonert marineoffiser. I mitt enkle hode så dreier avskrekking seg om alliansen med USA i NATO, og beroligelse det dreier seg om å sørge for at russerne forstår at Norge ikke et springbrett for et amerikansk angrep på Russland. Så enkelt det i min bok. Men hva nå med denne balansen mellom avskrekking og beroligelse? Vil den bli adoptert av våre finske og svenske kolleger i NATO? Har dere noe innsikt i det, eller noe syn på det? Takk.
Ja, det virker som boken til Jakob Børresen blir kanskje litt mer komplisert nå. Den ikke så enkel lenger med Sverige og Finland. Det noen som har noe å legge til? Vi snakket litt om det i sted, men dere kan kanskje snakke litt om det.
Ja, vil du begynne?
Vil. Egentlig det jo nesten forrige panel man skulle ha spurt til Jakob, som satt der, med representanter fra Sverige og Finland. Og jeg kan bare forholde meg til åpne kilder. Mitt inntrykk at Sverige ikke kommer til å rokke ved basepolitikk, eller det som vesentlige elementer av vår berolighetspolitikk. Så mitt inntrykk at begge de i det store bildet tenker liksom oss. I det store bildet. At den avskrekkingsdimensjonen ganske lik. Jeg har snakket med høyere norske offiserer som har kommet tilbake fra Finland, som med et glimt i øyet sier at det virker som Finland tettere koordinert med USA utenfor NATO enn vi i Norge i NATO. Så den avskrekkingsdimensjonen tror jeg også vi ser sånn relativt sett likt på. Så i det store bildet så ser ikke jeg for meg at det skal være en showstopper for et nordisk samarbeid. Jeg tror det handler mer om politisk vilje. Det handler om å være villig til å ville noe. Det handler om å bryte noen barriere, eller noen forståelsesrom, som jo relativt enkelt kan la seg bryte ned. Så for meg så det ingenting av det her som i utgangspunktet skal til hinder for et tett nordisk samarbeid også på militær side.
Det andre, eller skal vi åpne opp?
Ja, nei, jeg diskuterte jo dette her med minner over middag i går, og det, så sett utenifra så det jo, Finland har jo svart belte i å balansere sitt forhold til Sovjet og Russland. De har holdt på med dette her i 10 år. Så i hvert fall basert på den debatten jeg har sett og diskusjoner med eksperter som minner, så jeg har vanskelig å se for meg at det blir en sånn enorm omveltning i hvordan Finland skal forholde seg til sin nabo i øst. De har vært forberedt på å måtte forsvare seg selv. Nå har de en NATO-garanti i bakhånd. Det ingen grunn til at de skal begynne å rasle med sablene eller opptre mer provoserende enn hva de har gjort det nå. Og jeg har ikke inntrykk av at det er planene heller, men det blir jo spennende å se om de kanskje blir litt ivrige når papirene er signert. Vi får se.
Ja. Salen. Ja, her.
Et spørsmål er det
kan
mulig...
du si navn og...
Ja, navnet Per Jørgen Oren, og jeg er pensjonist, lærer. Spørsmål. Er det mulig å samle Europa sammen med Russland? Argumentet for det kan være Hellas gikk nedenom på grunn av konflikt mellom Sparta og Aten. Romerriket gikk nedenom delvis på grunn av at det ble delt i Øst- og Vest-Romerriket, pluss mangel på moral. Araberverden gikk stort sett nedenom på grunn av engelskmennenes, skal vi si, smarte splitt og hersk metode i første verdenskrig. Og ja, amerikanere har jo da drevet med splitt og hersk i Tyskland, Korea, Vietnam, mange steder. Et annet argument her er jo at Putin før invasjonen i Ukraina sa at vi har ingenting å stille opp med NATO med vanlige våpen. Der er jo forholdet sånn cirka kostnader 1-15. Men han sa, men vi kan stille ganske likt med atomvåpen. Og han sa det flere ganger. Det er bare til å gå på YouTube eller et eller annet sånt, så kan du finne det.
Unnskyld, spørsmålet var om vi kunne samle Europa og Russland?
Om vi kan samle Europa og Russland uavhengig av USA. Det blir kanskje umulig, men er det mulig? Altså, jeg tror eneste redningen for Europa er å få samle Russland og Europa. For kineserne kommer aldri til å godta at USA får kontroll i Russland, og det har jeg fra kinesere.
Ok. Er det noen som har noe å si på det? Jeg vet ikke helt om dette er helt panelet til å svare på det spørsmålet. Det er et litt hypotetisk stort spørsmål om jeg tror at vi har litt dårlig tid, så jeg vil gjerne ta noen andre spørsmål fra salen. Det er det.
Svaret er nei.
Det må gjerne svare på det.
Nei, svaret er jo nei, i hvert fall i overskuelig fremtid. Det er jo ikke vanskelig å snakke om det.
Nei. Har vi noen andre spørsmål fra salen? Jeg ser veldig dårlig, men det ser ikke ut som det er noen som har noe på hjertet. Men da kan vi gå tilbake. Altså, Øystein, du snakket jo om, du var kanskje den mest positive her, snakket om hva som faktisk fremdeles fungerer. Thomas, du sa at det var ikke bare å gå tilbake hvis Putin forsvinner. Det er ikke bare å trykke en sånn reset-button heller. Men altså, i dette større bildet om Russland som nabo, så er det jo klart at vi her på den ene siden så har vi jo disse spørsmålene, de følger jo faktisk disse avtalene og internasjonal lov og rett på denne siden, så kan du si at invasjonen av Ukraina et eksempel på det helt motsatte. Men ser man for seg at dette bare rent pragmatisk fra Russlands side, eller det noe mer, et ønske om faktisk at det skal være noe videre?
Nei, det tror jeg ganske pragmatisk, ja. Jeg har med altså disse reglene som man har i nord, jo uttrykk for en interesse, ikke sant? Så det jo en balansegang av egen interesse og være idealistisk, selvfølgelig. Men så jeg tror ikke det, altså det så veldig, dette med for eksempel fiskerisamarbeid i nord, jo altså at den russiske fiskeriflåten jo stor grad privatisert. Så det handler jo om økonomi, ikke sant? Men det en viss idealisme i folkeretten også. Og det det også i FN-pakten, selv om når en stat da, som Russland i dette tilfellet blir innesperret og føler seg det da, og blir desperat og så videre, så bryter en også det mest hellige en har i folkeretten. Men det klart at også FN, dette har konsekvenser for Russland, ikke sant? Vi ser på sanksjoner, ja, vi har ingen politimann som kan komme og arrestere Putin i folkeretten, så i det internasjonale rettssystemet, sånn sett så avdekker jo invasjonen av Ukraina svakhetene ved folkeretten som rettssystem. Men FN-pakten har også forbindelseslinje, det ikke nødvendigvis en motsetning mellom folkeretten og politikken, ikke sant? For det forbindelseslinje til moralske normer også i FN-pakten, som gjør at Russland i det lange løp vil betale en pris her. Så sånn sett kan jeg si at folkeretten også der vil spille en betydning og spille en rolle. Så der jeg både negativ og positiv, men akkurat når det gjelder nordområder så jeg mest positiv på grunn av karakteren i de forpliktelsene som ligger der. Og dette med det for ofte spørsmål, dette med Russlands situasjon og Svalbard, ikke sant? Men det ikke noe truende Russland i forhold til norsk suverenitet på Svalbard. Det har aldri vært diskutert, egentlig. Så det var en push der etter andre verdenskrig, den såkalte Svalbard-krisa, ikke sant? Men da, det grenser, og det vet Russland godt, hvor langt de kan pushe Norge på Svalbard. For det ikke det samme for Joe Biden, om det Norge eller Russland som styrer på Svalbard.
Da vi ved veis ende. Vi sluttet på en kanskje litt mer positiv note her. Da gjenstår det egentlig bare for meg å takke både dette panelet og alle innledere som har vært før, og publikum for å møte opp, og dere som sitter på kontoret eller hjemme og følger med. Og så skal jeg bare minne på at hvis dere har duppet av underveis eller har lyst til å se alt om igjen, så det mulig. Det kommer til å ligge på nett, og det finner dere da på NUPIs YouTube-kanal. Så tusen takk alle sammen, alle som kom, og takk til dere.